Yes, we want fighter jets. We want everything that we need to win. And I will dare to say that probably Josep shares this vision, because he has done personally a lot to build this consensus in the European Union on the defense security assistance to Ukraine. This brings me back to my previous answer. I mean, we have a right protected by the UN Charter to receive everything that we need to exercise the right to self-defense. It's very simple. This is how international law was written, and therefore everything that we need should be given to us as soon as possible.
Can I just follow up? Do you accept that the concern in the West is that if you have fighter jets, you will strike Russia? If you have fighter jets, you will strike Russia proper, and then you will create a much, much wider conflict.
We are using weapons which we receive from partners to strike Russia in the occupied territories of Ukraine.
And you can guarantee you won't strike Russia in itself?
We can guarantee that we will be using Western weapons to liberate Ukrainian territories.
Sir, you met with the top Chinese diplomat, Mr. Wang Yi. What have you talked about this current situation, and what's your thought on the potential Chinese peace plan?
We talked a lot about the principle of territorial integrity, which is common to both Ukraine and China. And again, this was a big part of our conversation. Wang Yi also shared with me some key elements of the Chinese proposal that will be put on the table within a couple of days. I know key elements, but you know, this is diplomacy. Devil hides in details, as we say. I don't know if there is such saying in China, but in Europe we have this saying, devil hides in details. So I need to see the full paper. I need to examine it. For Ukraine has its own plan, and it is supported by many countries, which is the peace formula by President Zelensky. 10 simple steps to restore peace in Ukraine and restore just peace. This will remain our top priority, but we are ready to talk with those who have ideas, other ideas which can help us achieve this goal. Thank you, bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. You're most welcome to the chamber, and you're kindly requested to take your seats. The 7th plenary meeting of the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that all meeting participants are encouraged to consider wearing a mask while indoors, including in the General Assembly Hall and in conference rooms. Members will recall that in paragraph 5 of its resolution ES 11/5 of 14th of November 2022, the Assembly decided, I quote, to adjourn the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly temporarily, and to authorize the President of the General Assembly to resume its meetings upon request from Member States. End of quote. In this regard, I should like to draw the attention of the delegations to document A/ES 11/14, which contains a letter dated on 10th of February 2023 from the permanent representatives of Albania, Australia, Canada, Guatemala, Japan, the Republic of Korea, the Republic of Moldova, Türkiye, Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and the United States, and the head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the General Assembly requesting the resumption of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. I intend to conduct the proceedings of this meeting in accordance with the rules of procedure of the General Assembly and the past practices of its emergency special sessions. In keeping with established practice, I should now like to invite the attention of the General Assembly to document A/ES11/15 concerning member states that are in areas in the payment of their financial contributions to the United Nations within the terms of Article 19 of the Charter. May I take it that the Assembly duly takes note of the information contained in this document? It is so decided. In this connection, I should like to recall that at the 12th plenary meeting of the 11th Emergency Special Session, the General Assembly decided to follow the provisions of Resolution 77/2 of 7th of October 2022, by which the Comoros, Sao Tome and Principe, and Somalia are permitted to vote in the General Assembly until the end of this 77th session, and to also allow these member states to vote at the 11th Emergency Special Session. The General Assembly will now resume its consideration of Agenda Item 5, entitled, I quote, "Letter dated 28th February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. In connection with this item, the Assembly has before it a draft resolution issued as document A/ES11/L7 and draft amendments contained in documents A/ES11/L/L8 and A/ES11/L9. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today we mark the grim first anniversary of the war in Ukraine. 1 year of despair, displacement, destruction, and death on a scale of not seen in Europe in decades. The staggering scale of loss defies the human ability to absorb. Thousands of civilians and soldiers dead, countless more injured. 8 million refugees spread across Europe and beyond. 6 million internally displaced, 2/3 of them women and children with families separated, often not knowing about the fate of their loved ones. And the systemic targeting of civilian infrastructure, which has left millions of Ukrainians without energy, water, and heat in the depth of winter. To be clear, the targeting of civilian infrastructure is a direct violation of international humanitarian law. When these are the headlines of our day, we are indeed in a new chapter of history. We are facing stark choices about who we are as an international community and how we will rebuild the trust lost among us here in this hall and in us by the peoples of the world. The choices will either set us on a path of solidarity and collective resolve to uphold the tenets of the UN Charter, or a path of aggression, war, normalized violations of international law, and collapsed global action. Excellencies, the General Assembly has condemned in the strongest terms Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its morally and legally indefensible war against its sovereign neighbor. For a full year, the General Assembly, the Secretary General, and the international community have been consistent and vocal in our calls to end this war and to adhere to the UN Charter and international law. But it bears repeating today. Aggression is illegal. Invading a neighbor is illegal. Annexing another country's territory is illegal. Over the past year, every member state represented in this hall has been affected by these events. It has sparked an energy crisis across a continent and caused pernicious inflation far beyond. It has unleashed a global food security crisis in those least able to survive one, from the drought-affected Horn of Africa to war-torn Yemen to refugee camps of Syria. I commend the Black Sea Grain Initiative and efforts by the Secretary General, Türkiye, Ukraine, and the Russian Federation to ensure the clearance of food exports for global markets. I call on the parties to support its renewal in March and to expedite inspections. The continued and timely implementation of the Grain Initiative is critical to saving lives and stabilizing global prices. It offers a strong example of crisis management in action. Against this backdrop, the threat of nuclear warfare still looms large, as do the dangers of a nuclear accident.
This is an unthinkable threat with potentially catastrophic global consequences. A nuclear war cannot be won, and it should never be fought. I express my strong support for the important work done by the IAEA to ensure nuclear safety in Ukraine. I underscore the urgent need to reaffirm commitment to global disarmament and the non-proliferation regime.
Excellencies, no one can be complacent. To all those suffering the consequences of this war, you are not forgotten. We see you. We hear you. Across the UN system, we are working tirelessly to find solutions to your plight and to accompany you on the road to reconstruction. I commend member states that have already begun to provide assistance, and call for further support to rebuild the country. In the General Assembly, there has been firm support for a political solution. 3 resolutions adopted during the 11th Emergency Special Session have referenced political dialogue, negotiations, mediations, or other peaceful means. A solution based on the UN Charter and international law, and one that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Excellencies, this war will come to an end, and the time of reconstruction reconciliation and transformation will come. We know it will not be easy. We know the scars are deep. Culture, family bonds, sports, arts, and the acknowledgement of the shared destiny of humanity will certainly help nations currently facing each other in the trenches.
Please allow me to now address the leaders and people of the Russian Federation. Russia was and remains a major member of the community of nations. Other members are awaiting for Russia to come back to the pathway of bringing in and sustaining peace so as to bring in its own contribution to general stability and well-being. Your Excellencies, let this one-year date and the suffering of the millions of people in front of our eyes over the past year serve us all a reminder here in this room that military solutions will not put an end to the war. Far too many lives have been lost. Far too many livelihoods and families and local communities. Russia can end this aggression. Russia can end the war with it began. Russia must put an end to this hellish spilling of blood.
Call on the parties and the international community to recommit to the values, principles, and purposes of the UN Charter. Upholding and preserving our Constitution for we the peoples must be common interest to all member states. There is no alternative. I thank you. I now invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, to make a statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The one-year mark of Russia's invasion of Ukraine stands as a grim milestone for the people of Ukraine and for the international community. That invasion is an affront to our collective conscience. It is a violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. It is having dramatic humanitarian and human rights consequences, and the impact is being felt far beyond Ukraine. As I said from day one, Russia's attack on Ukraine challenges the cornerstone principles and values of our multilateral system. The UN Charter is unambiguous, and I quote, "All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations." Mr. President, Excellencies, the General Assembly has addressed in the clearest terms the attempt by the Russian Federation to illegally annex 4 regions of Ukraine: Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk. In doing so, the Assembly reaffirmed the long-standing principles of international law contained in its landmark Friendly Relations Declaration of 1970. Namely that, and I quote, "The territory of a state shall not be the object of acquisition by another state resulting from the threat or use of force, and that no territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal." End of quote. The position of the United Nations is unequivocal. We are committed to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders.
Mr. President, the United Nations has stayed on the ground working with humanitarian partners. Fully 40% of Ukrainians are in need of humanitarian assistance. Vital infrastructure has been targeted. Water, energy and heating systems have been destroyed in the dead of winter. UN agencies have also been cooperating with host countries that received more than 8 million Ukrainians, the largest refugee crisis since the Second World War. Last year, the UN launched a $5.6 billion humanitarian appeal for the people of Ukraine. I urge your full support. I have visited Ukraine twice since the start of the war, where I heard testimonies of severe violations of international humanitarian and human rights laws. In this conflict, as elsewhere, the United Nations is committed to ensuring justice and the principle of accountability.
President, even amidst the brutality of war, we have worked in concerted and creative ways to forge solutions. In Mariupol, the United Nations helped evacuate civilians trapped in the Azovstal steel plant. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has shown the possibility of Ukraine and Russia to advance global food security with the support of the government of Türkiye and the United Nations. Despite ongoing challenges, the initiative to ship grain and other foodstuffs from Ukraine is making a difference. We are working hard to remove all remaining obstacles to the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Secretariat of the United Nations and the Russian Federation to facilitate exports of Russian food and fertilizers to global markets. This is also an important contribution to address global food insecurity, and we will continue to support these initiatives for the benefit of millions of people across the world, especially in the global south. Notwithstanding deep mistrust, the parties to the conflict have also worked out regular exchanges of prisoners of war facilitated by regional actors. These efforts can and must continue and expand as much as possible. Mr. President, over the past year, not only have we seen suffering and devastating grow, it is also becoming more evident just how much worse it could all still become. The possible consequences of a spiraling conflict are a clear and present danger. Every day, we are reminded of the grave threat that haunts us all when irresponsible military activity continues around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear facility in Europe. I commend the International Atomic Energy Agency for engaging the sides to ensure the area remains safe. The security and safety of all Ukrainian nuclear power plants must be guaranteed. The war is also fanning regional instability and fueling global tensions and divisions, while diverting attention and resources from other crises and pressing global issues. Meanwhile, we have heard implicit threats to use nuclear weapons. The so-called tactical use of nuclear weapons is utterly unacceptable. It is high time to step back from the brink. Complacency will often deepen the crisis while further eroding our shared principles proclaimed in the Charter. Mr. President, Excellencies, war is not the solution. War is the problem. People in Ukraine are suffering enormously. Ukrainians, Russians, and people far beyond need peace. And while prospects may look bleak today, we must all work knowing that genuine, lasting peace must be based on the UN Charter and international law. The longer the fighting continues, the more difficult this work will be. We don't have a moment to lose, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dmytro Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, to introduce draft resolution A/ES11/L7.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives, 1 year since the Russian Federation began its full-scale aggression against Ukraine is approaching. I stood here at this esteemed place exactly 1 year ago. It was February 23rd, 24 hours before the aggression began. A massive Russian force hung over Ukraine, preparing to deal a devastating blow to my country and wipe it off the face of the world map. The first strikes hit the country early in the morning. Ever since then, Ukraine exercised its legitimate right to self-defense enshrined in the UN Charter. The Ukrainian people made a choice to fight for their lives. And against all odds, we were able to stop the much stronger aggressor and kick him out of half of the newly occupied territory of our country. But even after failing so badly and losing so many, Russia still wants to destroy Ukraine as a sovereign nation. And no one should be fooled by Russia's empty calls for negotiations. The current situation on the front line proves they want war, not peace. They are on the attack all along the front line, from Dnipro River to the Russian border. They keep striking Ukraine's civilian infrastructure with salvos of cruise missiles made in Russia and drones made in Iran. This is why we have no choice but to keep fighting for our survival, as any of you would do. The world has seen terrible atrocities committed by Russians in the occupied territories. Murder of unarmed civilians, torture and rape, looting, terror, political persecution, indiscriminate shelling, as well as deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure. Forcible transfers of and deportations of thousands of Ukrainian children and their consequent adoption in Russian families in order to re-educate them as Russians. This is a genocide, and this is what we face today. For Ukraine, giving up would mean that such atrocities would be committed all over our territory. And I'm confident that any nation represented in this chamber would do the same in our place. You would fight. I know that some still think and sometimes say, we want to be friends with both Ukraine and Russia. Let it all just end sooner with whatever result. I can understand that. The problem is that in this war, there are no two equal sides. There is an aggressor and a victim. I understand that there are still some countries that do not want to take Ukraine's side for various reasons. But it's not about that. It's about taking the side of the United Nations Charter. It's about taking the side of international law. It is about taking the side of the UN General Assembly resolutions. These are our common rules, and we are all interested in upholding them, with the exception of the Russian Federation, which thinks that rules do not apply to it and exist only to be violated. We are all talking about peace today, but what is peace? The freedom of the occupier to rule over the land he has ravaged? Impunity for war criminals? A respite and a chance to prepare for a new war and new crimes? We will only worsen the problem if we replace one ugly reality with another and call it peace. True peace came in 1945, not because the forces of good stopped fighting, but because evil was defeated. Peace means justice. 3 months ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky outlined our vision for ensuring comprehensive, just, and long-term peace in Ukraine, as well as global security, the peace formula. This plan is based on 10 points. 1, radiation and nuclear safety. 2, food security. 3, energy security. 4, release of prisoners and deported persons. 5, implementation of the UN Charter to restore territorial sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. 6, withdrawal of Russian troops and cessation of hostilities. 7, restoration of justice, including with the creation of a special tribunal. 8, prevention of ecocide. 9, prevention of escalation of war and repetition of aggression. And 10, confirmation of the end of the war. This vision is realistic and true to the facts. It covers all areas where peace needs to be restored. It addresses the real needs and challenges faced by the people who suffer from this war. Each of these steps can be implemented if there is a strong will for peace among many nations, and if we all unite our efforts around the same goal. Instead of hiding behind the mask of neutrality, let's choose the side of the UN Charter and international law. Ladies and gentlemen, never in recent history has the line between good and evil has been so clear. One country merely wants to live in peace, and I represent that country. The other wants to kill and destroy, and it has its representatives too. There is no other country in the world that wants peace as much as Ukraine does. We never wanted war. We never planned to attack anyone. Our troops do not stand on anyone else's land. We exercise our legitimate right to self-defense and do it pretty effectively. We know what we are fighting for. We are defending our land, our families, and our homes. Can anyone tell what Russians die for in a foreign land? This is why calls to cease delivery of weapons and ammunition to Ukraine are badly misplaced. It is perfectly legitimate to help a nation that has been attacked and is justifiably defending itself. It is an act of defense of the UN Charter. It is an act in favor of ending the war sooner and achieving a lasting and just peace. On the contrary, it is illegal and against the UN Charter to give military help to the aggressor. It is an act of war escalation and prolongation of atrocities, destruction, and sufferings. The principle of territorial integrity cannot be compromised. Is there anyone in this room who is ready to give away 1 square meter of its territory to a bloodthirsty neighbor? We all know the answer. There is none. And Ukraine is one of you. The world will drown in chaos if we allow changing borders by force under the disguise of political expediency or sympathy towards aggressor. With the support of the world, Ukraine can restore its territorial integrity and respect for the UN Charter, and it will. And this will discourage Russia and other aggressors from wanting to attack other nations. To achieve this noble goal, we need to send a strong and clear message that the UN Charter, including the principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, should serve as the basis for the process of peaceful resolution. I therefore call on members of the United Nations to support draft resolution entitled Principles Underlying a Comprehensive, Just, and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. The aforementioned resolution will contribute to our joint efforts to bring the war to an end, as well as protect the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter. And again, exactly a year ago, I was standing here appealing to the nations united in this hall on the need to prevent war. A year after, against all odds, Ukraine is effectively defending itself against a much stronger enemy. And I appeal to you, this is a decisive moment to show support, unity, and solidarity. This is the moment to prove that you stand for the UN Charter in words and in deeds. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belarus to introduce draft amendments contained in document A/ES11/L8 and A/ES11/L9.
Secretary General, President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. The Republic of Belarus has the honor of submitting two amendments to the draft resolution entitled Principles of the Charter of the United Nations, underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. The purpose of these amendments, as you all have the opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the amendments. The objective of the amendments is to rectify the inaccuracies in the text of the draft resolution on the topic of the real reasons for the conflict, and we have mentioned that many times. For some reason, it's not mentioned here at all, the genesis of the conflict and the conflict itself, and also to include into the text important language which would ensure that the content of the resolution is aligned with its title and would send a powerful signal about the international communities genuinely being interested in ending the conflict in Ukraine as soon as possible. The first amendment's goal is to take the resolution out of the gray area of half-truths, where, whilst looking for great expressions, facts are being distorted. For example, the fifth paragraph of the preamble is describing what is being done by Russia as a fully-fledged invasion into Ukraine, which, in our view, is not in line with the reality, because if Russia had not limited itself to just conducting a special military operation and had conducted, as the resolution says, a fully-fledged invasion, especially using its full military potential, which no one would wish for. If this were the case, I don't think there would be any country that would be able to exist after that, after several hours or even minutes after that. This is not something that was ever stated by the leadership of Russia as a goal of the special military operation. We, the Republic of Belarus, we believe that the only chance for ending the conflict is to immediately start negotiations with any kind of preconditions. And this was stated on several occasions, basically in every statement he makes, by the President of the Republic of Belarus, Mr. Lukashenko, who has been doing this throughout the conflict for about a year now. But nonetheless, reproducing once again of a non-consensual operative paragraph 5 in the text only takes us further away from the goal of attaining peace. At a Security Council meeting on the 17th of February this year, the Republic of Belarus quoted former heads of governments and states of Normandy 4, who recently publicly and voluntarily acknowledged that from the very beginning they were not interested in peace in Ukraine at the time when they're working on the agreements contained in the Minsk II package, and this was in February 2015. We think that lying in the course on negotiations on a peaceful resolution, especially at such a level, is completely unacceptable, and we are convinced that the General Assembly is to condemn the irresponsible acts of those politicians who played such a specific role in creating the preconditions for the current conflict. The second amendment we are submitting has the goal of including into the text the major elements needed for a peaceful settlement. We think that it's either a tragic oversight by the proponents and co-sponsors of the resolution, or it is intentional, an intentional step that they undertook, that the draft resolution, which is aimed at comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, does not contain an appeal to holding peace negotiations. The Republic of Belarus has been calling for it since the very first days of the conflict, or even long prior to the conflict. We have been saying the same thing. Let me just simply remind you here that it is thanks to the efforts made by the President of the Republic of Belarus in February and March 2022, it was possible to organize several rounds of negotiations between Kiev and Moscow in Belarus. And this, at the time, gave us all reason for cautious optimism. Now, breaking these negotiations down, as well as the continuous pumping of Ukraine with weaponry, resulted in protracting the confrontation. This, in turn, leads to the escalation of military activities, new victims, and also delays the prospects of peace in Ukraine. We're equally concerned by the irresponsible statements made by individual politicians about their readiness to provide Ukraine with lethal weaponry, up to and including weapons of mass destruction. If these plans are to be implemented, this would inevitably lead to a new spiral of escalation, countless victims, and a very real prospect of a global conflict. This is not something we can allow to happen, and this is precisely what the objective of our amendment is. The amendments we are submitting have no hidden agenda, and we genuinely think that their goal is to end the conflict as soon as possible using peaceful means. But voting upon these amendments, we will consider as a test of being truly interested in attaining a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. I thank you for your attention. I thank the distinguished representative of Belarus.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, a little more than a year ago, Ukraine and its Western sponsors convened the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. At the time, many of the United Nations member states were disoriented and yielded to the collective West, which was claiming that nothing more terrible had happened in the history of humankind, and that is why the reaction to what was being done by Russia was to be unprecedented. Since that, many of you have better understood the reasons for what happened and what is happening now, and it's become much more difficult for the Western camp to mobilize member states of the UN in support of their crusade against Russia. And this is also shown in the emptied out draft resolution that we have, which nonetheless remains anti-Russia and harmful, and I will revert to this topic later. It's just that the chance of getting support for something more substantive, given that member states are much better informed now, are far, far fewer. And our opponents, what they need first and foremost now, are numbers and voices. So let me sum up and talk about what is it that member states have found out about Western thinking and how our world has changed over time. Well, first of all, it became obvious that the main element of anti-Russia propaganda campaign conducted by our former Western partners consists of accusing Russia of unprovoked aggression against its neighbor, which is a result of imperial ambitions and a desire to take hold of foreign territory and destroy Ukraine as such. Now, believing these absurdities is only possible if you forget about the 8 years which preceded our special military operations. And this is how long the criminal nationalist regime, which arrived in Kiev as a result of an institutional coup supported by the West, that's how long they kept waging bloody war against the people in Donbass. And their own crime was that they wanted to remain Russian. They wanted to see their children as Russian. They wanted to honor the memory of their ancestors and did not want to glorify Nazis and their acolytes. Starting history on the 24th of 2022 and ignoring everything that came before is an intentional attempt by the collective West to confuse people and hide the real reasons for the conflict, whereas they are key for understanding the prospects for its peaceful settlement. Thanks to very well-known confessions of a number of retired Western leaders, no one has any doubt today that the West used the cover of the Minsk Agreement approved by the Security Council, whereas in actual fact that had the goal of preparing Ukraine for war against our country. With the condoning and participation of Americans and Europeans in Kiev, what you had is the formation and the armament of a truly authoritarian despotic regime, which kept destroying all of its opposition or anything that could be in any way connected to Russia. In a country where Russian is a native tongue for most people and which for many centuries was culturally united with our country, pursuing a policy like this meant destroying the foundations of society and installing an artificial paradigm of Ukraine as anti-Russia. Throughout all of these years, the Kiev regime continued its inhuman shelling of the peaceful towns in Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, where peaceful civilians were dying, including children, and we regularly informed the Security Council and General Assembly about that. We conducted meetings and sessions within the UN in which people from Donbass themselves participated, and they had the opportunity there to describe their tragedy. And those who followed those meetings understand very well that we had no option other than defending the people of Donbass and ensuring the safety and security of our country using military means. In other words, we started the special military operation so as to stop the 8-year-long war by Kiev against the people in Donetsk and Lugansk. We had warned that it's unacceptable to have the military presence of collective West in the territory of neighborly Ukraine. This was a direct threat to our national security. But the West has, on many times, brazenly ignored our concerns and continue bringing the military infrastructure of NATO closer and closer to our borders. The statements made by a number of countries that Russia is guilty of destroying regional and global security systems are hypocritical. Our Western colleagues now prefer not to recall that, but at the end of 2021, Russia put forth a whole number of specific initiatives on de-escalation and strengthening confidence in the Atlantic area. We proposed that the US and NATO sign security guarantees treaties. We therefore were thus giving diplomacy a chance, but this chance was arrogantly spurned by the United States and their allies. They outright refused to even discuss our initiatives, which, if they had been realized, would have enabled us to avoid what we're witnessing today. And we understand now why that was the case. When we suggested that we reach an agreement on security guarantees, the West at the time was already going full steam ahead to turn Ukraine into a fully fledged military platform immediately next to our borders. Now, remembering that, do we have any reason to trust the statements being made by Western representatives today when they say that they want peace? I think that today, 1 year after the active stage of the Ukrainian crisis began, very few doubt that it's not Ukraine that is fighting Russia, because Ukraine basically spent all of its military potential in the first weeks of the special military operation, but rather it is a collective West in the person of the United States and its NATO and European Union allies. Not only do they provide Kiev with weapons and ammunition, they also provide the armed forces of Ukraine with intelligence information and coordinate their missile strikes. At the same time, West, that used to tell us tall tales about partnership and cooperation, has now fully shown its true colors. All decorum is set aside, and the goal is to arm Ukraine and thus inflict strategic defeat on my country, to dismember and destroy it. Such schemes are being openly discussed in a number of Eastern European capitals, in the European Parliament, and the slogans to this effect are being promoted in European by European and American politicians. For this goal, the West is closing its eyes to the resurging neo-Nazism in Ukraine and to the glorification of Nazi criminals. It's becoming very clear that the Ukrainian crisis has only become a catalyst for the visceral Russophobia to come to the surface. It has now contaminated the American and European elites. They're competing against each other in the number of sanctions that impose on my country, whereas these sanctions in actual fact are hitting the developing world hardest. In this desire of theirs to defeat Russia in any way possible, they can sacrifice not just Ukraine, they're ready to plunge the world entire into the abyss of war. What is at stake, after all, is keeping the United States and its allies' hegemony. They don't want to have anyone come to the level of governing the planet. They think it's their turf. As Mr. Borrell stated, they are in a wonderful garden, and the rest is just the jungle. Now, the appeals to stop by the very word developing states is something that the collective West does not react to. Any peace plan, in quotes, which is being introduced by either Kiev or its Western sponsors, is in actual fact can boil down to the same thing, the capitulation of Russia. It has become obvious to everyone a long time ago, and the real attitude of the Kiev regime to negotiations is shown by the law passed by the Ukrainian president in September last year. The law bans negotiating with the Russian leadership. Thanks to the revelations of the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, no one doubts that in the March of last year, when our special military operation was in its very early stages, the Zelensky regime, under pressure from its Western masters, withdrew their own ideas on long-term peace with Russia under pressure from West. And this would have enabled us to remove the reasons which made us start special military operation. Washington, London, and Brussels did not arm and strengthen the Kiev regime, made Ukraine into Russia, so as to Russia and Ukraine can once again live in peace and security. This is the logic of the colonizer and pitting neighbors against each other. This is well known to our African and Asian partners. There's nothing new in the Western arsenal that appeared since then. So what can we see today as a result of all of this? What we see is the Ukrainian crisis, which is in conflagration, is being fueled by the West through their weaponry. They are conducting a hybrid war down to the last Ukrainian. And behind this, not just the politicians with their fantasies about defeating Russia on the battlefield, but rather the greedy weapons lobby. They're getting their super profits and a perfect place to test their ammunitions and weapons in military conditions. But the involvement of the West in the conflict from indirect, it's becoming more and more direct and with noticeable consequences. And it ranges from the food and energy crisis, which was provoked by the Western sanctions, to undermining the Nord Stream, for which, of course, the perpetrators will have to be held accountable. What we also have is the suffering people of Ukraine, because they're being used by the Kiev regime as cannon fodder for the purpose of Western geopolitical goals. Those of the Ukrainians who end up in the West become servers without any rights, and they're in the service of the Western masters. They are subjected to violence and exploitation. And that is why most of them, despite the rabid Russophobic propaganda, are saving themselves from hostilities in Russia, where the Ukrainian people are loved and respected. As regards my country, we consider all of this as our war with Russia for survival, for the future of our country, our children, and our identity. This is a war which, as was also the case 80 years ago, was in which a treacherous and powerful enemy is involved who wants to take over our land and subjugate us. And the Russophobia, the appeals to dismember our country, the German tanks once again going to kill Russians, the goals to put red stars on the weapons of those who do not want to give up on their Russian identity, only strengthen this impression. And this is a plan that came into implementation not now, but already in 2014, where on our borders we had a regime which was hostile to us, and it was being strengthened. And Ukraine, in all of this, is nothing more than just a pawn. And since that is the case, well, you will understand very well that looking for solutions out of this situation, fraught with most negative consequences for the humankind as a whole, in the case of direct confrontation between Russia and NATO, needs to be conducted not between Russia and Ukraine, but between Russia and the collective West. First and foremost, Washington, which is behind the Kiev regime. We are ready for a search for a serious and long-term diplomatic solution. We have stated this on many occasions. Our opponents have not yet recovered from their futile illusions that they could defeat a nuclear power. And that is why removing the reasons underpinning the special military operation a year ago is something that we need to do using military means. Next and last question. How can UN member states help move to the peaceful resolution of the difference between Russia and West? We can say one thing for certain. The resolution which is submitted here and will be put to the vote will not help this at all. It will rather encourage the West in their acts and give our opponents the pretext to state that Russia is supposedly isolated in the world. And that would mean that they will continue their militaristic, Russophobic line, using the supposed support of UN member states as a cover. Of course, the resolution will be used by the Kiev regime as well in their propaganda. And this is already being done. Yesterday already, Mr. Zelensky stated that the General Assembly is being convened so as to pass a resolution in support of his infamous peace plan, which consists of 10 items. And this when we know that the mention of this confusing initiative, as far as we understand, was removed from the draft at the request of a number of UN colleagues. Unfortunately, the Kiev regime is incorrigible in how disingenuous they are. But this disingenuousness that we are well familiar with simply don't know about. Now, can this situation be rectified? Can we prevent the West from using this document for their purposes, especially in the conditions where many of you are under severe pressure and blackmail from Washington and allies? Yes, it's possible. What you need to do is support the balancing amendments that my Belarus colleague had introduced right before me. If the amendments are rejected and the document will remain as it is now, one-sided and divorced from reality, we urge everyone to vote against the draft resolution. I thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to His Excellency Josep Borrell Fontelles, High Representative for European Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this week marks 1 year since Russia started its illegal invasion of Ukraine. Everybody knows. This was or remained a clear-cut case of an aggression by a permanent member of the Security Council, and this is Russia. Everybody knows. A blatant violation of international law and the principles of the United Charter. The world needs peace in Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine deserve peace after so much suffering. But not just any peace. We need a peace grounded in the principles of the United Nations Charter. That's why we are in this very hall. This is what the resolution presented by Ukraine is about. It's about to reiterate our support for Ukraine and to set out the principles for peace. I want to stress it. This war against Ukraine is not an European issue. It's not about the West versus Russia. No, this illegal war concerns everyone, the North, the South, the East, the West, the whole world. And we are here today to reiterate our support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, as for any member of the United Nations. Yes, sovereignty, territorial integrity, these are the principles that Russia is attacking in Ukraine every day. These are also the principles we have to uphold everywhere, every day. And if we don't condemn and stop Russia's actions in Ukraine today, this will increase the risk for any other country elsewhere in the world to face a similar aggression. No one can feel safe in a world where the illegal use of force would be normalized. And there it is, the Article 51 of the United Charter. Ukraine has the inherent right to defend itself, just like any other United Nations member. Ukraine has the right to defend itself and protect its population against the daily shelling by the Russian army. Excellencies, colleagues, the European Union has always been a peace project, and we have been quite successful on bringing peace to the European continent and promoting it around the world. It is central to our DNA. is in our origin. And when it comes to Ukraine, the real question today are what kind of peace? Yes, peace, but what kind of peace? Yes, end the war, but how do we end the war? How to achieve this peace? The first obvious step for peace is for Russia to stop its attack. It must end all hostilities and withdraw its forces and military equipment for Ukrainian soil. And it must do it immediately, completely, and unconditionally. And until then, the European Union will continue to give Ukraine the support it needs to defend its population. It's also in accordance with the United Nations Charter. We will continue to provide humanitarian and financial assistance. We will work to hold Russia accountable for its actions and war crimes. And we know from experience that there can be no lasting peace without accountability. At the same time, we will continue to support Ukraine's wish for a just peace in line with the United Nations Charter through two tracks, supporting Ukraine and looking for peace. They go hand in hand. They are not either or. They are not incompatible. By the contrary, they go hand in hand. They are complementary. You all know about President Zelensky's peace formula. The European Union supported, and we will work to mobilize the broadest possible international support for it. Indeed, all of us have a responsibility to work for a just and lasting peace, as this resolution tabled by Ukraine sets out. And the United Nations Secretary General has offered his good offices to bring an end to this war, and we support him. Others have also contributed to the diplomatic efforts. The purpose of this resolution is to support and encourage the efforts to look for peace. We, European Union, we have been working in close cooperation with Ukrainian partners throughout the whole preparatory process in a transparent and inclusive manner. We have been as inclusive, as transparent as possible. Amendments and comments made in good faith were duly considered and taken on board to the extent possible. And we thank delegations that engage with us. This, for sure, has strengthened the text. But by putting forward additional amendments right now, Belarus tries to create confusion on the process. When the text before the membership is a simple call for peace in line with the United Nations Charter, these amendments are not made in good faith. They are manipulative, since they do not reflect the situation on the ground, which is the unjustified and unprovoked aggression by one member state against another. We will vote against these amendments and call on all United Nations member states to do the same and to support the draft resolution tabled by Ukraine. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the text before us today is very much in line with the United Nations Secretary General plea at his briefing to the General Assembly on the 6th of February, and even today in his speech. As he rightly put it, the world needs peace, but peace in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. And for all reasons, simple reasons, evident reasons, I'd ask you to join us in co-sponsoring this United Nations General Assembly resolution and vote in favor, because this is a moment for every member of the United Nations to stand and to be counted. Thank you.
I thank the Vice President of the European Commission. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Tajani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and international cooperation of Italy.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, a year ago, the Russian army invaded Ukraine, an invasion that led to tens of thousands of deaths, that led to the destruction of infrastructure, led to unbelievable disasters due to an illegal invasion, violating the rules of international law. We are standing alongside the Ukrainians who are suffering at the moment.
it's been very clear. The ongoing aggression is a violation of the United Nations Charter against international security and stability. No country can be safe if the violation of our common principles and rules remains unaccounted for. On this anniversary, Ukraine still stands, and we stand in full solidarity with the country and its people. The daily attacks to their lives and to critical infrastructure with devastating humanitarian costs are unacceptable. They must stop. But we want to work in favor of peace. Señoras y señores, no hay paz.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no peace without justice. Justice is integrity, freedom, independence for Ukraine. There is no peace without justice.
The Italian government stands for agreements on specific issues, such as the establishment of a nuclear safe area around Zaporizhzhia and the renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Are necessary and urgent response on these threats and important steps toward building mutual trust and laying the foundations of a wider dialogue. A comprehensive, just and lasting peace, in line with the principle of the Charter of the United Nations, is needed as the resolution brought to the attention of this 11th Emergency Special Session clearly states. Now, more than ever, we need diplomacy, also to take into account the legitimate concerns and the expectation of the countries of the Global South which are bearing the consequences of this conflict. Italy is ready to do its part in this direction. Now is the time to redouble our collective support for diplomatic efforts to achieve this goal. Today, in this World Parliament, where all the states are represented as equal, we have the opportunity and the moral duty to demonstrate that we can work together to achieve this goal, adopting a resolution for peace with a wide majority. Today, we are called upon to defend the rules-based international order. The United Nations, and in this moment the General Assembly, are at the forefront for peace and security and human rights. For this reason, Italy is a proud co-sponsor of this draft resolution, and I call on the Member States to support a just peace by voting yes. L'Italie vous demande de soutenir cette résolution et de voter oui.
Italy is asking you to support the resolution and vote in favor of the resolution.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Italy. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Linda Thomas-Greenfield, Permanent Representative of the United States to the United Nations and member of the Cabinet of the President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Secretary General. Colleagues, Today we are gathered to discuss an important historic resolution, one that will promote diplomacy, dialogue, and a lasting peace in Ukraine. The timing of this moment is, of course, intentional. 1 year ago, Russia launched its illegal, unprovoked, full-scale invasion into Ukraine. I remember that day clearly, as I know all of you do too as well. That evening, I walked into the United Nations Security Council for an emergency meeting, which the United States had called for because we believed that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was imminent. At this point, we had been sounding the alarm bells for weeks. I had informed the Council in no uncertain terms about the buildup of troops along the border and what we thought it meant. Secretary Blinken had also come to the Security Council and laid out in detail what we expected would soon unfold. A few days before the invasion, Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister told us to, and I quote, "stop the hysteria." On the very night of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, Russia's representative said in the Security Council that, and I quote, "occupation of Ukraine is not in our plan." All Russia did was deny, 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 as we've heard the Russian PR do again today. That cold February night, 1 year ago today, I asked Russia to stop, to return to its borders, to send its troops, tanks, and planes back into their barracks and hangars, to send diplomats back to the negotiating table. But it was too late. At that exact moment, I joined so many others in the Security Council and around the world to make a plea, in making a plea for peace. President Putin chose war. This was an illegal, unprovoked attack on Ukraine, but it was also an assault on the United Nations. It struck at the very heart of the UN Charter. We all know what happened next and what is still happening now. The bombing of kindergartens and high schools and hospitals, the slaughters of innocent civilians, the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, an unprecedented hunger crisis around the world, threats to nuclear and energy security, families forcibly separated, Ukrainian children relocated to Russia, mass suffering, crimes against humanity. Colleagues, this vote is a moment to remember why we are here. Of course, I cannot speak for all of you. I can only speak for myself. When I was sworn in for this role, it was exactly 1 year to the day of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Back then, I could not have known the existential threat that the UN Charter would face. But I did know what President Biden and the American people were sending me here to do. To represent my country to the world, yes, but also to uphold the UN Charter, to engage in dialogue and diplomacy, and to lead us toward a more peaceful, more prosperous planet. And that is what I'm here to do today. And no matter what else you were sent here to do, I know we all share these same goals in common: to represent our countries, to advocate for diplomacy, and to push for peace. This vote is an opportunity to do just that. We have before us a resolution that calls on the nations of the world to support diplomatic efforts to achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace in Ukraine. A peace consistent with the UN Charter, consistent with its fundamental principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-defense. Colleagues, this vote will go down in history. on the one-year anniversary of this conflict, we will see where the nations of the world stand on the matter of peace in Ukraine. Earlier this week, President Biden visited Ukraine, and he made it clear where the United States stands. He stood shoulder to shoulder with President Zelensky to remind the world that 1 year later, Kyiv still stands. Ukraine still stands, and America still stands with Ukraine. I too visited Ukraine late last year, and while I learned a great deal in my meetings and discussions, the most powerful lessons I took away were in the faces of the Ukrainian people. In President Zelensky, I saw resolve. I saw a leader determined to defend his people and defend his country for as long as it takes. In the faces of refugees and victims, I saw suffering, deep sorrow, unimaginable pain was etched into their visages. It is hard to overstate how much unnecessary anguish and pain President Putin has caused. But it was in the faces of Ukrainian children where I found hope. I met a 10-year-old girl, Milena, who lived in a facility where displaced families were gathering to prepare for the cold winter, a facility that had once been hit by Russian missiles. And I asked Milena what she wanted to do when the war was over. And she smiled. She told me simply that she wanted to go back to school and see her best friend again. Her face beamed with hope. I will never forget her shining eyes. Colleagues, we should never give up on hope. We should never give up on the potential for diplomacy or the power of dialogue or the urgency of peace. We now have an opportunity to vote for that peace and to vote to uphold the UN Charter once more, a UN Charter which stands for sovereignty and territorial integrity, a UN Charter that stands for the inherent right of self-defense, and a UN Charter which aims to maintain international peace and security and end the scourge of war. So, colleagues, I urge you to vote against any and all hostile amendments that seek to undermine the UN Charter and ignore the truth of this war. I urge you instead to vote yes in support of this resolution as it stands, to promote diplomacy and dialogue. Yes, diplomacy and dialogue, to promote cooperation on the threats to global food security, energy, finance, the environment, nuclear security, and safety, to defend the UN Charter we have all signed up to protect, and to support a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished member of the Cabinet of the President of the United States. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Mélanie Joly, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. A year ago, a member of the United Nations, a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia, started an aggressive by all means against their neighbor in Ukraine. This war has catastrophic consequences for the Ukrainian people and the entire world. The war of Russia against Ukraine is unjustifiable, it's illegal, it's cruel, and it's inhuman, and it needs to end.
We are called on today, as equal members of the General Assembly, to once again reaffirm our full support for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to ensure that these purposes and principles underlie a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, and to affirm our support for international law and for accountability when the law is broken. We have before us today a resolution that does this. Its text has been drafted to reflect the views and concerns of members from all regions. For these reasons, Canada believes that this draft resolution deserves the support of each and every member of this Assembly. Mr. President, as we mark this grim occasion, the Russian Federation further invasion and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine rages on. Russia is continuing its missile attacks against Ukrainian cities, killing Ukrainian civilians, and destroying the country's critical infrastructure. Schools and hospitals have not been spared. Thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been killed. More have been injured. And more than 14 million Ukrainians have been forced to flee their homes. Last week, I was in Kyiv, and I heard firsthand some of the heartbreaking choices this war has forced on the people of Ukraine. These stories remind us of the true and brutal nature of Russia's war. This is not and has never been a so-called special military operation. President Putin is entirely responsible for this war, and his latest address proves that he remains unmoored from this reality. His address was nothing more than recycled absurdities, as repeated by the Russian ambassador today in this chamber. And his suspension of the START treaty is nothing short of reckless. This is total war, aimed at punishing and destroying the free, independent, and sovereign nation of Ukraine and its people. And President Putin will not succeed. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Canada is unshakable in its support to Ukraine. We are determined to support Ukraine for as long as necessary, from resistance until reconstruction. We have provided sizable financial assistance, training, military materiel, and humanitarian assistance. Beyond the human suffering, the losses in Ukraine are valued at $250 billion. The cost of the reconstruction in Ukraine will be double, if not more.
For reconstruction to be inclusive and enduring, it must address both the physical and invisible impacts of Putin's war. And so we must tackle the psychological marks of the war on Ukraine's people with the same seriousness and urgency as the physical scars. The impacts of the war on food and energy security, supply chains, and inflation have rippled across every corner of the world and have hit the most vulnerable the hardest. Russia's war of choice is estimated to cost the global economy $2.8 trillion. 51 million more people were pushed into poverty during the first 3 months of the war alone because of the soaring food and energy prices triggered by Russia's invasion. These are lives and livelihood destroyed by President Putin's war of choice and its impacts. And we have heard the calls from many countries here in this chamber about the disastrous impacts of this war on their peoples and their economies. But peace has to be built on security and justice. And Russia needs to listen and respond to the demands of this Assembly to stop its war of aggression. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, the fact that Russia continues this illegal war shows us what this country really thinks of the United Nations and each of the member states present in this room. Since it was first convened, the 11th emergency session, we have been very clear. We have recalled the obligations of all states under the Charter to abstain from using the threat or the actual force against territorial integrity or political independence of any other state. We have reaffirmed our commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. And we have explicitly asked Russia to immediately cease using force against Ukraine, to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine.
Through its words and actions, Russia is showing us very plainly that it does not respect this assembly and the members represented here. More than that, it has expanded its illegal war of aggression. It has used its veto, its power, its privilege to sideline the Security Council. It has attempted to illegally annex Ukraine's territory through sham referenda. It has peddled misinformation and conspiracy theories online in our countries and in this chamber. It has doubled down on its attacks against Ukraine's critical infrastructure in clear violation of international humanitarian law. This is not the sign of a country that respects its obligation or its fellow member states. Russia would have you believe that this is about forcing you to choose sides. Today's vote is not about choosing sides. It's about choosing peace, a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. It is about choosing to uphold the UN Charter. It is about respecting the right of every state in this chamber to chart their own future. It is about choosing rules over chaos and clearly stating that no one, today and in the future, can disregard the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Canada encourages every member of this Assembly to choose peace and vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Canada. Now I give the floor to His Excellency José Manuel Álvarez Bueno, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, esteemed delegates, it's a year now since the beginning of the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Today we are meeting here in the General Assembly of the United Nations, the organ which best represents the international community as a whole, in order to condemn once again, and with a broad majority, I'm sure, this aggression. It is important that this meeting take place here because this organization was born to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. This organization was built on a charter which enshrines the basic principles of an international society that contains the promise of peace and development for all of our peoples. And this is what we want for Ukraine, a just peace within the principles of the UN Charter. The Russian aggression against Ukraine is not just an injustice for Ukraine and for Europe. It is a global threat because it is a frontal attack against these principles, the principle of sovereign equality amongst states, the principle of restraining from the threat or the use of force against the territorial integrity or the political independence of any state, of the obligation to settle international disputes that may occur by peaceful means. This aggression has no justification because it is an illegal war, contrary to the Charter of the United Nations. If this precedent is allowed to stand, tomorrow all of us will be facing a world that is more insecure and more violent. This is why this special session is of particular relevance. The charter that we agreed to base ourselves on and international order requires today that we defend it and commit ourselves to it. The means used by Russia to try to win this war are also illegal. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, created by the Human Rights Council in March, has stated that war crimes and violations of human rights, including summary executions, illegal confinement, torture, ill treatment, acts of sexual violence in areas occupied by the Russian armed forces have occurred. The treatment of prisoners of war and attacks on non-combatants and attacks on basic civilian infrastructure. In all of this, Russia is violating the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the First, Third and Fourth Geneva Convention and the First Additional Protocol. We categorically condemn this flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. Those responsible for these crimes must be held accountable and brought to justice. Spain requires once again the immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops from all of Ukrainian territory as ordered by the International Court of Justice on the 16th of March. Over the course of this year, the Ukrainian people have faced with great courage, great dignity and great determination an invasion that is causing incalculable and unjust suffering. I think of the families of the tens of thousands of civilians that have been killed or wounded, the millions of internally and internationally displaced people. I think of all the victims of this unjust war. And I express my entire solidarity, support and respect to you, and I reiterate that Spain stands shoulder to shoulder with you. Spain is the fifth country of the European Union in terms of numbers for receiving Ukrainian displaced persons, 170,000 received as part of the Temporary Protection Directive. In support of Ukraine, Spain has approved the largest humanitarian package of its history for a single country, and we have committed 250 million euros for the reconstruction of Ukraine through multilateral agencies. And we do this without forgetting the needs of other partners of Spain, such as in the Sahel or Latin America. We're not reducing, we are increasing our cooperation budget for these areas of the world. As is recalled in the text before this Assembly, the war has global consequences. It has worsened the food crisis, the financial crisis, and the energy crisis following the pandemic. The Black Sea Grain Initiative, with the key involvement of Secretary General Guterres, has prevented the worst humanitarian situation that could have occurred in very many areas of the planet, particularly in Africa and the Middle East. Ahead of its upcoming expiry on the 5th of March, we call for its renewal as soon as possible. Today, on this sad anniversary, we meet here once again to express our most robust condemnation of this continuous violation by Russia of international law. Spain reiterates its wish and the need for the achievement of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, fully respecting international law and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This is what is proposed in the draft resolution presented today for consideration by the Assembly. Spain has co-sponsored and requests a favourable vote for this resolution from the other members of the organisation who unequivocally recognise the preeminence of the principles contained in the United Nations Charter. Voting in favour of this resolution today not only is voting in favour of the right of Ukraine to exist as a state, in favour of its security and its freedom, but it is also voting in favour of the foundational purposes of this organisation and the fundamental principles of its charter. And the first of these is putting an end to war and the preservation of peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Spain. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mario Adolfo Bucaro Flores, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala.
Mr. President, Excellencies, a year ago I had the opportunity to be in Kiev to bear witness as a Latin American to the atrocities that this war has produced. And that's why I am grateful for this invitation to the resumed 11th Special Session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. It's unfortunate that a year has passed since this illegal, unjustified and unprovoked aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, and that we are meeting again in order to address one of the greatest crises at the global level that has no precedents. And having heard the interventions that have been made, we see that this is likely to continue. Guatemala, in the face of this aggression, from the very beginning of this conflict, did not hesitate to raise our voice for international peace and security. These are the fundamental pillars of coexistence between us all, because we have the obligation to be able to work together through multilateralism in order to be able to slow down this unjustified attack of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. We're facing an attack on the international rules-based order. But what we must do is respect the norms as they are stated in the Charter of the United Nations. Guatemala, as a founding member of the United Nations organization, attaches the greatest importance to its founding charter, because this is where we get the ideals of multilateralism, promoting the fundamental principles of international law, respect for the sovereign equality between states, as well as the territorial integrity, political independence, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of states. And this is why Guatemala co-sponsored the draft resolution entitled Principles Underlying a Comprehensive, Just, and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. Mr. President, the Republic of Guatemala, as a peaceful state and as a promoter of peace, reiterates the importance in the light of disputes between states to prioritize diplomacy, negotiated resolutions, civilized resolutions provided by international law, and that cannot be violated by the use of force. We cannot accept the idea of using force and aggression on the part of one state, and particularly on the part of a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. They have particular responsibilities and obligations, because maintaining international peace and security is a duty that is incumbent upon all of us. That's why we support and believe that the language of the draft resolution is coherent and in accordance with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, thus reaffirming the commitment of the General Assembly to sovereignty, independence, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We are convinced that this Honourable Assembly has the mandate and the authority to approve this resolution pursuant to Chapter 4 of the UN Charter that we have all endorsed. And according to that, we know that this will also guarantee accountability for serious crimes that shock the conscience of humanity that we've all witnessed and that we've seen today in Ukraine. We need to guarantee justice for all the victims of the conflict and prevent future crimes, and that is why Guatemala co-facilitated negotiations for the creation of a register of damages, and we support all initiatives that aim to create a special tribunal on the crime of aggression committed by Russia against international law, in accordance with international law. Mr. President, we are appalled at the terrible humanitarian consequences and human rights consequences caused by the hostilities against Ukraine, and we will continue to raise our voice until all unjustified attacks stop, because the devastating consequences for the civilian population cannot be tolerated. Today, all of us, with the vote that we will enter, will be giving a voice to those that don't have a voice. Today, we have to provide justice for human rights. Today, we have to ensure that peace triumphs, and we firmly believe that this is essential to fully respect the obligations that we have under international humanitarian law that aims to protect this civilian population, as well as guaranteeing humanitarian access that is secure in order to guarantee that all attacks cease and that the indispensable needs of the population are preserved for their survival. We must put an end to this aggression and find a peaceful outcome. And for all those reasons, I would respectfully ask all member states to vote against the amendments presented by Belarus and vote in favour of the draft resolution, in order to send out a key message on the part of this Assembly to promote peace and justice in favour of Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Guatemala. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Tanja Fajon, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In 1945, the United Nations were created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. The UN Charter reflected our collective vow to refrain from the use of armed force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Aggression, violation of territorial integrity, and illegal annexation of sovereign territories should have no place in the world order of the 21st century. Yet the principles enshrined in the UN Charter are being blatantly violated, and all those who hoped for a peaceful, just, and prosperous world almost 8 decades ago would have been deeply disappointed. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, Ukraine, a sovereign country, was attacked by its neighbor, the Russian Federation. Sadly, despite the wide international condemnation and calls for the immediate withdrawal, the war still continues, along with its devastating consequences, especially for the civilian population. I commend the bravery and courage of the Ukrainian people. Slovenia knows from its own historical experience what it means to fight for your land. We know what is at stake when somebody uses force to deny your independence and sovereignty. And although we Slovenians are deeply concerned about the wider security, political and economic consequences of the Russian aggression, we also remain committed to assisting Ukraine and its people. We stand in solidarity with the women, men, and children whose lives have been changed forever by this unjustified war. We are deeply concerned about growing numbers of civilian casualties and the gruesome testimonies of sexual and gender-based violence used as a weapon of war. Especially heartbreaking are the accounts from children. Millions are displaced, many of them at risk of human trafficking, exploitation, conflict-related sexual violence, and forced deportations. They are deeply traumatized by the war and the violence. Their childhood is over forever. The deliberate attacks of the Russian army on civilian population and critical infrastructure constitute most serious crimes that should not go unpunished. All those responsible must be held to account. Slovenia supports all efforts to end impunity for the perpetrators of international law violations, especially the most serious ones. The principle of accountability must be upheld, since it is the only foundation for the life when the war and its atrocities end. It is the only foundation of justice, the only foundation for reconciliation, and the only foundation which enables the victims to move forward. Excellencies, Our strong support goes to the efforts by the UN Secretary General, as well as the member states that promote a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. We need to redouble our diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the current situation and end the fighting through political dialogue, negotiation, and other peaceful means. All peace efforts which take into account who is the aggressor and who is its victim deserve our support. Slovenia would like to stress that international law, peaceful settlement of disputes, and the respect for the decisions of international tribunals, as well as their full implementation, are the building blocks of a world that is peaceful, stable, and prosperous. Mr. President, this war reminds us all just how globally connected and interdependent we are. Its consequences are felt all over the world. And I would like to state this very clearly. These are not consequences of our support for Ukraine, no consequences of our reaction to the illegal aggression. These are the consequences of the aggression itself. They are the sole and full responsibility of the aggressor. With a staggering rise in food and energy prices and the looming inflation, millions of people are faced with severe challenges. Disruptions to food supply chains, energy and finance systems around the globe affect us all. But the least developed and low-income countries suffer the most. And we all must do better. I would like to reassure our friends and partners worldwide that reacting to the Russian aggression on Ukraine does not mean that the other conflicts, crises, or challenges are forgotten. Our humanitarian response to other situations of need is not being diminished. Our solidarity and responsibility remain firm. We applaud Ukraine for launching the initiative Grain from Ukraine. Despite the war, Ukraine extended its hand across the sea to the people in need and those facing food insecurity. To facilitate the grain export, Slovenia has joined efforts to help and support this important initiative with its own contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying it once more. Any unprovoked invasion of any sovereign country is unacceptable. Violations of the international legal order that we have worked so hard to build cannot and must not become our new normal. With that, Slovenia gives its strong support for today's resolution on principles underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Slovenia. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Urmas Reinsalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, the world watched in horror how Russia launched its full-scale, brutal, unprovoked and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. And let's remind that Russia has held war against Ukraine for almost 9 years. A permanent member of the Security Council, whose mandate in that seat is rightfully under challenge, demonstrated its complete disrespect for the rules-based international order. By invading its sovereign neighbor Ukraine, Russia has trampled upon the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, including the obligation to refrain from using force against another state. Russia has completely ignored several calls by the General Assembly to stop its aggression and the legally binding order of the ICJ from last March to suspend immediately its military operation, as they call, in Ukraine. There have been no signs of de-escalation, and we see the opposite as Russia's new offensive is unfolding. Russia continues to punish Ukraine for choosing its own sovereign path. As we speak, Russian bombs continue targeting critical infrastructure, including energy and water systems, with the aim of breaking the Ukrainian will by causing immense pain and suffering to civilians. We have witnessed Russia's massive airstrikes on civilian sites, often in densely populated areas. Abounding evidence shows that the aggressor has also used sexual and gender-based violence as a weapon of war. This brutal war of aggression has already caused at least 19,000 civilian casualties, approximately 1,300 of them children. Nearly 13.5 million people have had to flee their homes, while entire cities have been reduced to rubble. Over 17 million people in Ukraine are in need of humanitarian assistance. Over 1.6 million Ukrainians have been deported, among them thousands of children for illegal adoptions. Truth of that should prevail. Therefore, I call on countries worldwide to recognize Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine as a genocide. Putin has not kept secret about his intent to annihilate Ukrainian nation and state. Let us be clear, Russia's full-scale war of aggression impacts us all, and therefore it is our duty to restore peace and justice and not let the aggressor go unpunished. Aggression as an instrument of international relations must be completely discredited. Russia must be held accountable for all atrocity crimes committed in Ukraine, including for the crime of aggression. For this, we need to establish an international special tribunal to hold Russian political and military leadership to account. The UN can protect the common values of states enshrined in the UN Charter by denying Mr. Putin the opportunity to hide in the judicial loophole. As we know, impunity today will only lead to more crimes tomorrow. So, Mr. Putin, you will be under tribunal and pay for crimes you have done. Господин Putin должен...
Mr. Putin must be brought to a tribunal.
Deserves peace, a peace that preserves Ukraine's territorial integrity and upholds its sovereignty in accordance with UN Charter and international law. The only way towards a comprehensive, just and lasting peace is the immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of the occupying forces of the Russian Federation from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The use of force to redraw national borders cannot be an option. I call upon the international community to support the 10-point peace plan put forward by Ukraine and commit to working together towards its implementation. Today's resolution is an important building block on this path. If the international community will not stop the Russian aggression, the global impact of the war on food security, financial system, energy and environment will become even more devastating. To stop that, victim state also needs power to defend. Estonia has given 1% of its GDP to military aid, help Ukraine to defend itself. Mr. President, February 24th is a symbolic date for Estonians. We celebrate the anniversary of the Estonian Declaration of Independence from 1918. Last year's anniversary reminded us in the most brutal manner how fragile independence and freedom can be. On behalf of the Estonian people, I want to pay tribute to the immeasurable resolve and resilience of the Ukrainian people. They are not only defending their country and people, but also our common values, international legal order, and the UN Charter. It is our duty as humans to keep standing behind Ukraine. In my visits last year to Ukraine, I can say that Ukrainians are truly the bravest people on earth. Their colleagues, Russia's destructive and genocidal war of aggression that is fueled by their imperialist ambitions has to be stopped. Therefore, Estonia votes for the UN General Assembly resolution principles underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. And I call on the whole UN community to do the same. Slava Ukraini.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Ilya Darchashvili, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations was founded to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Unfortunately, this cause has been repeatedly challenged. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has been a brazen attack on the entire international rules-based order, shattering global peace and security architecture. It has resulted in grave humanitarian consequences, loss of lives, and mass displacement. After 1 year, we gathered again to stand for the principles of the Charter this organization is founded on, for the fundamental norms and principles of the international law. Dear colleagues, it has been almost 15 years since Russia's full-scale military aggression against Georgia and the consequent occupation of 20% of its territories in blatant violation of the principles of the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, and the Charter of Paris. Russia-occupied Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions of Georgia remain in the constant source of insecurity due to Russia's illegally stationed military bases. Excellencies, Georgia remains committed to peaceful resolution of Russia-Georgia conflict that relies on the occupation of two Georgian regions by Russia on the one hand, and reconciliation and confidence building between the communities across the occupation lines on the other. While Georgia remains in full compliance with the EU-mediated 12 August 2008 ceasefire agreement, consolidated approach of the international community is essential in urging Russia to comply with its obligations under ceasefire agreement and withdraw its military forces from the territory of Georgia. In this regard, Georgia tries to utilize the existing negotiations format of the Geneva international discussions. Dear colleagues, Ukraine needs peace. Our countries and our people need peace. The world needs peace. We face the global challenges of unprecedented scale, climate change, natural disasters, pandemics, terrorism, unconventional threats that require our joint efforts, our cooperation. There is so much the United Nations can and have to do. We need to do so for our children, and we need to do so for the future generations. But we succeed only if each and every member of this organization stands firm in defending its founding principles we proudly recommitted to in the UN 75 Declaration. I would like to underline the importance of the Peace Formula initiative and reiterate Georgia's support to it. This initiative goes beyond the restoration of peace and territorial integrity of Ukraine and has more overarching aim of defending the core values of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, Georgia fully aligns itself with the efforts of international organizations and stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine in these trying times. The government of Georgia initiated and delivered significant humanitarian support to Ukrainians on the ground, as well as the displaced persons from Ukraine residing in Georgia. Excellencies, let me also use this opportunity to voice Georgia's strong support to the draft resolution before us today, which once again sends a clear signal in defending of the core principles of this organization, principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and calls for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter. I would like to conclude by once again reiterating our strong and unwavering support to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Trade of Malta.
Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the General Assembly is called today to focus on the principles underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. We remain gravely concerned about the ongoing war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and reiterate that it is in violation of the UN Charter, its values, and the rules-based international order. The international community is continuously horrified by the daily reports, including by the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, of attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, including homes, hospitals, and schools, violence, including sexual and gender-based violence against women and children, and the use of torture. Russia's disregard for international law must be condemned and denounced without reservation. Notwithstanding the bravery shown by the Ukrainian people, the Russian Federation is further pushing Ukraine into a grave humanitarian crisis. 40% of Ukraine's population is in dire need of assistance. Nearly 8 million people have fled to neighboring countries, and 5.3 million are internally displaced or unable to leave illegally annexed regions. The discovery of mass graves in areas regained from Russian occupation further underlines the gravity of the situation. We reiterate that all those who commit alleged violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law must be held accountable. Malta will continue to support all efforts by Ukraine and the international community to this end. Mr. President, at every opportunity we have emphasized the implications of this aggression on the region, the continent, and globally. We have put the spotlight on the humanitarian catastrophe that the Ukrainian people are forced to endure and the sufferings that the war has brought to people around the world. We must continue to call on the Russian Federation to withdraw all its forces from the territory of Ukraine without further delay and to seek a peaceful resolution of all issues in accordance with international law and the principles of the Charter. Mr. President, Malta reiterates that halting this war of aggression against Ukraine at once is the only way forward. There's no other way. Ensuring accountability for perpetrators of atrocity crimes committed and justice for victims, including victims of sexual violence and the forced deportation of children from Ukraine, are a priority. We also reiterate our support to the Resolution 11/5 on the furtherance of remedy and reparation for aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, a fundamental principle in Article 2 of the UN Charter is the rejection of an international system where might is right. All United Nations member states today must stop, think, and ponder on the gravity of the current situation and what might be the result if they don't speak out and reaffirm by their vote the importance of safeguarding a rules-based international order and the principles of the Charter. It is our individual and collective responsibility in this particular time to fight for these principles with all our might in support of the UN Charter. And Malta therefore urges all member states to support the draft resolution being presented before the General Assembly. Let's vote yes for peace. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Launsky-Tiefenthal, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we gather here today to mark a somber anniversary. Almost 1 year has passed since Russia launched an unprovoked and unjustifiable war of aggression against its neighbor, Ukraine. 1 year of human suffering, 1 year of missiles and drones raining down on Ukrainian civilians. I witnessed the destruction and horrors of this war myself upon my visit to Ukraine late last year. Everyone who has visited Ukraine in the last 12 months cannot return without having been deeply touched on a human level, and so have I. Visiting Kiev and Irpin, looking into the faces of small children and their teachers, being grateful for a simple generator so that the local kindergarten can be heated. Or meeting citizens standing in front of their destroyed houses, being grateful for basic equipment such as power banks, so that they can stay in touch with their loved ones. Their faces are a reflection of the cruelty, senselessness, and human tragedy of this war. We are impressed by the tremendous courage and perseverance Ukrainians are demonstrating to us. Their destiny is our obligation. We said it 1 year ago and we repeat it today. An attack against one member of this organization is an attack on all of us. That is what the UN Charter and our system of collective security implies. Austria relies on the respect and implementation of international law, treaties and customs for its security. That is exactly why we cannot stand on the sidelines while the basic principles of our legal and security order are under threat. We are never politically neutral, and we will never remain silent when the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of a state is attacked. In the past year, we've seen an overwhelming support at the General Assembly to call on Russia to stop this war, to stop the suffering of Ukraine's population, to stop the nuclear threats, and to stop the blatant breaches of the UN Charter, including the illegal attempt to annex whole regions of Ukraine. We are encouraged by this overwhelming show of solidarity with Ukraine in the face of a brutal armed attack, and by the overwhelming support for international law and for the UN Charter. We also expressed grave concerns about the global consequences of this war, about the impact on food security, the rise in energy prices, the mass displacement of persons. It is crucial to alleviate the global consequences of this war. We commend the Secretary General for his leadership and the efforts of the government of Türkiye in facilitating the Black Sea Grain Initiative, as well as the Grain from Ukraine initiative. Austria fully supports its continued renewal as well as its full unhindered implementation. And we've listened to concerns and understand that we must not lose sight of other crises, which is why Austria is continuing its strong and persistent financial support to humanitarian efforts around the world. Austria stands in full solidarity with Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, and the Ukrainian people. Austria has bilaterally provided 124 million euros in humanitarian assistance with focus on winterization, energy support, and basic needs, and so much more has already been done. In the past year, we've seen millions of lives uprooted and millions of people fleeing their home to seek shelter. We would like to express our sincere gratitude for the outstanding support of the international community for the Ukrainian people and for the support of civil society, not only in Austria, but in all of its neighboring countries. We must also be clear that there is no peace without justice and without accountability. Ukrainian cities such as Bucha and Mariupol have become synonymous for unspeakable human suffering. Atrocities committed against the civilian population, rape, torture, extrajudicial killings, all of these crimes must be investigated and perpetrators held to account. We fully support all efforts to do so, including by the International Criminal Court and the UN Commission of Inquiry based in Vienna. One aspect that Austria condemns in the strongest possible terms are the repeated, implicit, but unmistakable threats made by Russia on the use of nuclear weapons. Nuclear risks are higher than they have been in decades, and their potentially devastating and global humanitarian and environmental consequences are a direct security threat to the entire international community. We welcome efforts by the international community to work together, foremost through the IAEA, to secure the nuclear energy facilities that have become targets in this war. We welcome proposals by its Director General, Rafael Grossi, to this effect, and are grateful for the tireless work of the IAEA teams present on the ground in all nuclear power plants in Ukraine. All this underscores the utmost urgency of progress on nuclear disarmament and of moving away from the nuclear deterrence paradigm, which is fraught with immense risks and uncertainties at the expense of the common security of all humanity. The international community must come together to ensure that the taboo against any use of nuclear weapons is not broken and that any threat or use remains inadmissible. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Ukraine, like every independent state and member of the United Nations, is entitled to the stability and security of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, a peace based on international law and on the UN Charter. We call on Russia once again to stop this war, withdraw its troops from the whole territory of Ukraine, and end the bloodshed. The United Nations and other multilateral organizations, such as the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in Vienna, are indispensable fora for dialogue and peace in which member states which can resolve disputes through dialogue is possible. We must strengthen and preserve these organizations and enable them to fulfill their role. The resolution that will be adopted tomorrow in this GA hall aims at an end to aggression against the sovereign nation, an end to the global consequences of this war, a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on the principles of the UN Charter, Austria, therefore, strongly supports this text, and we encourage all of you to vote yes on the General Assembly resolutions. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ruslan Bolbosyan, Secretary of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives, it's deeply regrettable that the large-scale and illegal invasion of the Russian Federation against Ukraine has already been going on for a year. In view of this, it is more than critical that we strongly support the resumption of the special emergency session of the UN General Assembly to discuss and make decisions on the principles underlying the achievement of comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Distinguished delegates, 12 months of unprovoked and unjust war of aggression have killed thousands of innocent people and pushed millions of Ukrainians to flee their homes. 12 months of the blatant violation of the UN Charter and the principles of the international law by one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, whose primary responsibility is to maintain peace and security worldwide. Russia's illegal and unprovoked attack continues direct threats to the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine, has destabilized European security and undermined global stability. We express our utmost admiration to all Ukrainians for their courage, resilience, and inner power to pursue this fight for survival, justice, and freedom. The Republic of Moldova expresses its compassion with the families of the victims and stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine in these tough times. The Republic of Moldova has firmly demonstrated its commitment and engagement in ensuring protection for those seeking refuge in our country. We continue to offer support and shelter to Ukrainian people who fled the war. Approximately 700,000 Ukrainian refugees have entered the territory of the Republic of Moldova since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and other 80,000 remain to date in the country, almost half of them being children. All of them need a special protection. In this vein, the government of the Republic of Moldova recently adopted the decision to introduce from 1st of March the temporary protection mechanism for the Ukrainian refugees, thus contributing to a more efficient management of the migration flows, legalization, and access to fundamental rights. We will also continue to provide humanitarian support to Ukraine and facilitate transit of goods through the solidarity lanes, which are key to ensuring food security and the global level. Moldova has also felt the security consequences of the war in Ukraine. At least 4 missiles targeting Ukraine crossed our airspace, and several incidents of missiles debris landing on our territory have happened. My country is also exposed to hybrid threats and various means of pressure. We are committed to further countering this risk in a systemic, legal, and peaceful manner. Mr. President, it is our moral duty as an international community to continue supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting today to keep all of us safe, to keep Europe safe. This war should not continue endlessly. We stress the need to ensure the accountability for the atrocities, killing of civilians, and damaging the public infrastructure through timely, fair, and independent investigations, both at the national and international level. This is of tremendous importance not only for ensuring justice for all victims of this war, but also for preventing future crimes. Mr. President, Ukraine and the entire international community needs a way out of this war, which triggered multiple crises. We believe that the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky is a comprehensive package and has all necessary ingredients to achieve a lasting peace and prevent another war. We also consider that the United Nations needs to play a role in reaching and securing peace. In this regard, the Republic of Moldova has co-sponsored the draft of resolution UN Charter Principles underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, which we hope will garner the support of this August Assembly. In conclusion, we reiterate our call for Russian Federation to immediately stop its war of aggression against Ukraine, withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the Ukrainian territory, and respect Ukrainians' sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary of State of the Republic of Moldova. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bernardo Ivo Cruz, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. We align our statement with the one delivered by the European Union and would like to add the following points in our national capacity. This week we mark 1 year since the Russian leadership decided to invade Ukraine and to wage war against a sovereign country, a decision taken and implemented, let us not forget, while the Security Council was in session discussing ways to prevent it. Since then, we are counting 365 days of unprovoked and unjustifiable aggression, which grossly violates the international law and, in particular, the Charter of the United Nations. We condemn Russia in the strongest terms for this war and for the irresponsible nuclear rhetoric. The loss of life and human suffering caused by this war cannot let us indifferent. The humanitarian situation is dramatic, having triggered the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The figures are staggering. Thousands have died and millions left the country or became internally displaced. The strategy of relentlessly attack critical infrastructures with a tremendous impact on civilian populations is particularly reprehensible. Portugal supports the sovereignty, independence, unity and territorial integrity of the Ukraine. We will continue to provide assistance to its government and people, both bilaterally and in the framework of the European Union and of the United Nations, as long as it takes. Portugal is fast approaching the 6,000 requests for temporary protection on our humanitarian aid continues to grow. We are also engaged in the reconstruction of schools, namely in the Zaporizhzhia region. Mr. President, beyond Ukraine, the consequences of the war are felt more severely by the most vulnerable population, suffering from a combination of impacts of food, fuel, and financial crisis. This emergency special session presents an occasion to highlight the important role of the United Nations that has been played in mitigation of the global consequences of the war. 600 million people worldwide live in food insecurity, a figure that tends to get worse. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has so far allowed the shipment of more than 21 million tons of grain reaching regions where it's most needed. This is a remarkable achievement by the UN, also due to the personal commitment of Secretary General Guterres. We all hope that all parties will acknowledge the crucial importance of this initiative, ensuring its continuity. Many agencies, funds, and programs in the UN system are doing everything within their capacity to address the global consequences of the war. Let me just mention a few of them. The International Organization for Migrants, dealing with an unparalleled refugee crisis in a remarkable way. The International Atomic Energy Agency, because this war has sadly revived the dread of a nuclear disaster. The UNICEF, which has sought to minimize the impact of war in 7.5 million Ukrainian children. The Human Rights Council, whose establishing of an independent international commission of inquiry on the Ukraine is of paramount importance. The World Food Programme and the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs are among many of those working that have made a really difference so far. Mr. President, since the beginning of the war, this General Assembly has approved several resolutions with the support of a significant majority of its members. We must remain united, convening our condemnation of this war, convening that the achievements of comprehensive, just, and lasting peace would indeed constitute a significant and necessary, I would add, contribution to the strength of international peace and security, as mentioned in the draft resolution before us. We gather here today to protect the multilateral system and to uphold our respect for international law, for human rights, and the peaceful resolution of disputes between states. Furthermore, Portugal is fully committed to ensure accountability and will continue to support initiatives aiming at preventing violations, fighting impunity, and providing reparations for the Ukraine. Portugal supports all meaningful efforts to bring an end to this war of aggression. The path for peace is for the Russian Federation to act in accordance to the UN Charter and respect the sovereignty of the Ukraine, withdrawing from its entirely territory. We believe that the draft resolution before us is an important step in that direction, and we encourage all member states to support it. Thank you very much.
I thank the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Portugal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Martin Eyjolfsson, Permanent Secretary of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Mr. President, Iceland aligns itself with a statement to be made tomorrow by Denmark on behalf of the Nordic countries. This is a sad moment. The General Assembly of the United Nations convenes in an emergency session to mark that a year has passed since Russia launched its unprovoked and unjustifiable full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, has with this horrendous act of aggression assaulted not only Ukraine, but our common institutions, our common values, and our basic human rights. Rights enshrined in the very United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Rights we have all subscribed to, rights that Russia has also subscribed to. Our admiration for the courage and resilience of the people of Ukraine grows with each day they valiantly defend their country. Their sacrifice and suffering must not be in vain. The Foreign Minister of Estonia, Urmas Reinsalu, said here a while ago that the Ukrainian people were the bravest people of the world. I can not only subscribe to this, I can add to it that their captain, the captain of Team Ukraine, President Zelensky, is the bravest leader of the world and has changed the whole meaning of the world leadership. Mr. President, the solution to end the war is straightforward. Russia can and must stop this war today and withdraw all its forces from Ukraine in full respect of Ukraine's recognized right to independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-defense. Let us also be reminded that ending the war is only the first step. To establish just and lasting peace for Ukraine is also of critical importance. Russia must and will be held to account for its actions. Accountability for international crimes committed within the context of the war, including the crime of aggression, is vital. It's vital to ensure justice and reparations. There can be no impunity. Accountability is indeed the only way to ensure a lasting peace. Mr. President, the warfare conducted by Russia against a member state is an act of aggression that affects all of us. Humanitarian concerns, food security, economic development, all these important issues that weigh so much on our agenda are hit by this senseless war. To sit idle on the fence or even support the aggressor is beyond comprehension. It is our collective responsibility to end this war, defend Ukraine, and stand up for the values and principles that underpin the UN Charter and the work of this organization. That we, the peoples, owe to the people of Ukraine and all other innocent victims presently facing the scourge of armed conflict all over the world. That we owe to the previous generations that built the system of international law and the rule-based order from the ruins of 2 world wars and their unforgettable horrors. And that we owe to our children, the generations that will follow. Mr. President, Iceland remains unwavering in its support and solidarity with Ukraine. We are committed to play our part, including in our role as the chair of the Council of Europe, and we are a proud co-sponsor of the draft resolution on just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I call on all member states to support the draft resolution and vote against the Belarus amendment. Of course, I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished permanent Secretary of State of Iceland. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Georgina Guyen, Foreign Policy Director of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica.
Mr. President, Costa Rica is attending this new emergency session of the General Assembly 1 year after the illegal and unjustified invasion by a permanent member of the Security Council against a neighboring country which, in good faith, renounced its nuclear weapons and wagered on peace. 1 year afterwards, the guiding principles of the United Nations Charter continue to be violated. Our collective security system is being undermined, and we see with dismay the consequences of renewed polarization. All of this coming at a time when what we need to do is build alliances in order to address the very serious global challenges that, as humanity, we all face. Throughout this year, there's been documentation of various serious violations of international law on the part of the Russian forces and their representatives in the occupied territories in Ukraine, including, apart from the crime of aggression, apparent war crimes, violations of human rights, fundamental human rights, and possible crimes against humanity. We are looking at a hybrid war which is characterized by its speed, its escalation, and its intensity, facilitated by rapid technological change and global interconnectivity. Over and above the kind of war that we are facing, all wars have a human face. That face is the face of millions of people. The faces of entire families, women and children that have put up with an escalation of violence in the past year, trauma, destruction and displacement. Children continue to be injured or killed, as well as profoundly traumatized by violence, the violence that has led to displacements on a scale and at a speed not seen since the Second World War. Costa Rica vehemently calls for an immediate ceasefire and urges all the parties to honor their international obligations to protect the civilian population, and in particular girls and boys, and also to guarantee that humanitarian actors are able to arrive securely and rapidly to wherever they need to go to provide aid. Costa Rica also calls upon the parties to abstain from attacking civilian infrastructure on which the civilian population depends, including water and sanitation systems, health facilities, hospitals, and schools. Mr. President, Costa Rica regrets the conflict continuing to be a military one. We also regret the fact that investment in weapons continues to increase at a time when we need these same resources so desperately for reconstruction or for fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals, or to address the urgent challenges of humanity such as climate change, migration and recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. We profoundly regret as well that many states have still not recognized that the continuous increase in military expenditure, combined with technological advances and the powerful military-industrial complex, are promoting the development of weapon systems ever more powerful and advanced, as well as the military use of artificial intelligence and the development of autonomous weapons systems. These destabilizing technologies call into question the basic notions of accountability and responsibility in the taking of decisions under international law and as this pertains to the practice of war. That's why the regional conference is so important that will be held on autonomous weapons systems, that will be held in Costa Rica from the 23rd to the 24th of February. Finally, Mr. President, there is no genuine or lasting peace without justice, and this does not exist, cannot exist, when there is impunity. For Costa Rica, we feel that we must investigate and judge quickly, transparently and justly the actions and omissions that could constitute crimes against humanity committed by the Russian forces and their representatives in the occupied territories of Ukraine, including apparent war crimes, abuses against human rights, and possible crimes against humanity, in particular torture, forced disappearance, extrajudicial executions, sexual violence, and forced displacement of civilians. All of this in order to guarantee justice for all of the victims and create the necessary conditions for them to obtain reparations, including the guarantee that this will not be repeated. Mr. President, the time has come to put an end to impunity. We must put an end to this era where armies and political leaders controlling them abandon the basic laws that govern war and that were agreed upon to protect civilians. This is why Costa Rica supports the investigation being carried out by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court on possible war crimes and crimes against humanity, and also the crime of aggression committed in Ukraine. Costa Rica sponsored, and we will vote in favor of the resolution on Ukraine tomorrow, because for Costa Rica, peace is the path. This requires us to reorder our priorities and, above all, to renew our solemn commitment to leave no one behind and to ensure that this is nunca más, never again.
Now it's time to deliver.
Peace requires a robust multilateral system as well as greater cooperation and international solidarity. Peace is built at negotiating tables and not on the battlefields. The time has come to give a genuine opportunity to peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished Foreign Policy Director of Costa Rica. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Oman, speaking on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, namely the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, the State of Kuwait, and my own country, the Sultanate of Oman. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the GCC countries are following with great interest the developments of the situation in Ukraine, especially the humanitarian situation, in light of the increase in the number of refugees and displaced people, the loss of civilian lives, particularly women and children, in addition to the other damage inflicted on infrastructure. GCC member states stress their firm positions, calling for adherence to the well-established principles of international law and the UN Charter, which govern relations among states, based on the respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, non-interference in their internal affairs, and respect for good neighborliness. In this context, we refer to Article 2 of the UN Charter, according to which all member states shall settle international disputes by peaceful means and refrain from using or threatening to use force in international relations. The GCC countries also affirm that the solution to disputes and disagreements lies in resorting to dialogue and negotiations, and resolving disputes and differences through peaceful and diplomatic means. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the GCC member states have cordial relations with all parties. We therefore encourage international and regional efforts to resolve this issue in accordance with the international law and based on the principles of the United Nations and its charter. We also commend the efforts made by countries hosting refugees from conflict zones. The GCC member states call upon all parties to abide by their obligations in accordance with the international law and the international humanitarian law, with regards to the protection of civilians by refraining from targeting or destroying any civilian facility. We also remind those parties of their obligations under the international humanitarian law with regards to the wounded, prisoners, and missing persons to facilitate the rapid and safe access to humanitarian assistance for all those in need and respect and protect the medical and humanitarian workers. In conclusion, on behalf of the member states of the GCC, we commend the relentless efforts made by the United Nations and humanitarian organizations to promptly respond to the urgent humanitarian needs of civilians. We also thank the Secretary General of the United Nations and all parties involved for their significant and valuable efforts to ensure the success of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which helped in restoring stability to prices and food security for many countries, mainly developing countries, which are in dire need of these grains and crops. We hope that this initiative will be renewed in next March. In conclusion, allow me to thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Ambassador of the Sultanate of Oman for his statement.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Fiji, speaking on behalf of the Pacific Islands Forum.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the honor to deliver these remarks on behalf of members of the Pacific Islands Forum with presence at the United Nations. I take this opportunity as well to offer our deepest condolences to our forum family, to the peoples of Türkiye and Syria following the devastating earthquakes on the 6th of February and again only this week. We salute the bravery of rescue teams, local and international, who have battled to save precious lives despite significant aftershocks and danger to themselves. Such exemplars of our common humanity are relevant to the discussion which brings us here today on this sad anniversary of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Excellencies, like the climate emergency which threatens our blue Pacific continent and this blue planet, the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria reminds us of the many global challenges we need to face together as one United Nations family. We cannot afford to remain lost in an endless sea of conflict, of might is right, and of unilateral force which tramples our shared values so eloquently defined in our United Nations Charter, which we have all solemnly accepted as our guiding and foundational document. Despite our distant geography, our Pacific family does not take this position from the comfortable seat of a spectator. Our peoples know well the scourge of war. Our Micronesian, Melanesian, and Polynesian subregions have all seen sacrifice in world wars and regional conflicts as peacekeepers and defenders of principles of sovereignty and human dignity. Despite our remoteness, we also feel the impacts of major disruptions to global food and energy systems caused by this war. The effects of Russian Federation's illegal invasion of Ukraine travels further than bullets can fly, far beyond Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. These acts reach into our homes, making food and fuel unaffordable to our citizens, increasing the suffering of people and economies already weakened by COVID-19 pandemic, and especially those at the margins of society. We speak today on behalf of those further marginalized by this illegal invasion, those in our countries, those in Ukraine and around the world, those trapped in poverty, the disabled, children, elderly, unable to flee the conflict or its effects. The UN Charter demands this of us. In doing so, we do not forget those suffering in other conflicts in this world. Neither do we reject this invasion to support the preeminence of one geopolitical bloc over another. We remember the tragic results such thinking caused in the 20th century, stained forever by the two world wars. The UN Charter reminds us of this. Instead, we recognize that this illegal invasion threatens our hard-won, fragile framework for peace and security, of human rights, the rule of law, and development which underpin this organization. The UN Charter encapsulates this. We take heart that we are not alone and welcome efforts by the Secretary General and all good faith efforts by fellow member states to promote comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Excellencies, we do not claim that the current world order has been perfected, nor that justice flows as freely as we all desire. However, we do claim that the rules-based international order offers the best path towards a better world, the best instruments to seek justice and security, and the best hope for our common future. We will support this resolution. We will ask you to join us. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Fiji. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Jan Knutsson, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Mr. President, I deliver this statement in my national capacity. Sweden aligns itself with the statements to be delivered by Denmark on behalf of the Nordic countries and the statement of the European Union. Mr. President, Excellencies, there are moments in history which have a before and an after. The 24th of February 2022 is one of them. Today, we mark 1 year of Russia's brutal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, we pay respect to those suffering the consequences of the war and those bravely fighting for their and our freedom. And today and every day, in this room and around the world, we stand united for Ukraine. The Russian aggression is not only a war against Ukraine. It challenges the European and global security order. It's a flagrant violation of one of the most basic rules of international law and the UN Charter, and it is committed by a permanent member of the Security Council. This General Assembly has in the strongest terms deplored the Russian aggression and repeatedly demanded the immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of Russian military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and reaffirmed the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It has defended the UN Charter. Today, we must again reiterate the loud and clear message to uphold these rules, principles, and values, including by adopting the draft resolution tabled. It is in all our interest. During the first half of 2023, Sweden holds the EU presidency, and no other task is more important to us than strong and continued support for Ukraine and mounting pressure on Russia. Since Russia's full-scale invasion, Sweden's support to Ukraine has increased with 1.2 billion euro in financial, humanitarian, and military support. The EU has contributed with 50 billion euro. We will support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people against Russia's ongoing war of aggression for as long as it takes.
Accountability for the crimes committed as part of Russia's aggression against Ukraine must be ensured, and it will be. We continue to condemn Russia's violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, the summary executions, the torture, the sexual and gender-based violence, and the forced deportations are only a few examples of Russia's unacceptable violations of international law. All crimes must be investigated, and those responsible must be brought to justice. This is crucial for redress and justice, both for Ukraine as a country and for the victims and survivors. President Putin bears the primary responsibility for Russia's violations of international law. Russian decision-makers also bear individual criminal responsibility for the aggression against Ukraine. Impunity is not an option for Russia's blatant violation of the UN Charter. Ukraine and its people are paying the highest price for the Russian invasion, but the consequences are striking far beyond Ukraine and far beyond Europe. Russia's aggression affects the most vulnerable the hardest, adding to already severe hardships brought about by climate change and the pandemic. Sweden and the rest of the EU is working together to mitigate these global effects of the Russian aggression on food security, energy, finance, the environment, and nuclear safety and security. We stand ready to listen, to engage, and to continue providing support as we have done consistently and significantly. We remain committed partners, including to making progress on the SDGs and addressing climate change. So today we gather in this assembly to express our solid international commitment to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the principles of the UN Charter. Russia must immediately and completely cease military operations, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. Russia can end this war. Russia must end this war, and it must do it now. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished Deputy Minister of Sweden. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, I have the honor of addressing the Assembly on behalf of delegations of Belarus, Bolivia, Cambodia, China, Cuba, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Eritrea, Equatorial Guinea, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Lao PDR, Mali, Nicaragua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Syria, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. Mr. President, we are gathered here today in this General Assembly Hall at a time in which the world is facing a multifaceted crisis. This crisis, albeit to varying extents, affects us all here today equally. It is a crisis which indeed has many dimensions to it. It has an environmental dimension, a food dimension, an energy, economic, and a financial one, among many others. At the same time, there is also a crisis of trust, of leadership and values. This crisis is not only eroding multilateralism, but it is also eroding, to an increasing extent, the very existence of humankind as a whole. The crossroads at which today the world stands is the result, among other things, of failure to uphold the commitments and obligations emanating from relevant international agreements and treaties to which members of the international community are a part. It is also the result of a failure to uphold and comply with other historic documents in the fields of security, development, climate change, and human rights, among others. Moreover, the continued violation of other sources of international law, including of the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, which are the very basis of modern international law, have also played a role in bringing us today to this juncture of grave concern. Mr. President, as we have underscored in the past, we continue to remain gravely concerned at the current and growing threats against the United Nations Charter. This in the light of the growing resort to unilateralism. Also as a result of continued attacks against multilateralism, the result of several attempts to make inexistent claims of exceptionalist status, we're worried by increasing attempts to disregard and even substitute the purposes and principles enshrined in the UN Charter for a new set of supposed rules, which have never been debated in an inclusive or a transparent way. We're also concerned at the growing attempts to divide our world into blocks and by the selective approaches or self-serving interpretations of the provisions of this historic document, which stands as the code of conduct that has governed international relations between states over the last 78 years on the basis of timeless principles. This situation, together with the illegal implementation of unilateral coercive measures against more than 30 countries in the world, is negatively affecting the daily life of more than a third of humankind. This situation has created a system-wide crisis across the whole system of international relations. However, it has also, or rather as things stand, it is deliberately exacerbating the multifaceted global crisis we're facing. At the same time, it is increasing uncertainty, instability, mistrust, and tensions around the world, particularly when claims are made or attempts are made to ignore the legitimate concerns which other members of the international community might bring to the table. Mr. President, in the face of the reality outlined above, we today come to you with a key message, and that is that all of us, without exception, must stringently comply with the United Nations Charter. We must do so both with its letter and its spirit, and this to ensure that international peace and security, sustainable development and human rights are a reality for all of us. In so doing, we will be honouring our promise both to present and future generations. However, peace can only be achieved if we view each other as equals, when we not only recognise but also embrace diversity, when we respect each other, and when we do everything we can to accommodate different points of view, positions and concerns. Peace can only be achieved when we commit in good faith to tackling situations in which differences or conflicts may arise. Peace can only be achieved when we work constructively together in a spirit of compromise. The sustained use of incendiary rhetoric, the sustained use of divisive approaches, or the sustained use of hasty action, such as the supplying of means to prolong conflicts, all of that will never serve the purpose of achieving a lasting peace, nor will it ever prevent the appearance of new situations of conflict or crises which might imperil peace, security and stability at a global level, as well as imperiling the very existence of humankind. It is for this reason that, as nations staunchly committed to global peace, we reaffirm our tireless commitment to the United Nations Charter. We appeal to all responsible members of the international community to, once and for all, offer an opportunity to peace. As such, it is necessary not only to put an end to confrontation, to ever-deepening divisions, or to the imposition of dubious agendas, including agendas from those who claim to be neutral. We must also support dialogue and political negotiations and diplomatic efforts designed to tackle the root causes of conflicts and other crises in order to establish a global security architecture which is just, equitable, sustainable, inclusive and indivisible. To conclude, we insist that the United Nations, including this General Assembly, must play a pivotal and proactive role at this critical juncture for humankind. They must do so in order to achieve the peaceful resolution of conflicts throughout the world, including in the context of the current conflict in Ukraine. At the same time, attempts must be made to avoid making undue use of our organization to strengthen a Cold War mentality or to promote initiatives which will only serve to further exacerbate the situation on the ground and to stoke tensions surrounding the conflict. Consequently, we underscore that we have a joint responsibility to prevent a situation whereby, as a result of our action or omission, the conflict in Ukraine reaches the point of no return. Mr. President, allow us now very briefly indeed in our national capacity to recall that almost a year ago in this same room, we sounded the alarm to the international community regarding the existence of a three-dimensional crisis in the region of Eastern Europe. We said that if that conflict was not tackled cautiously and in a balanced way, we could see the unleashing of a global conflict. Regrettably, our warnings were and continue to be ignored. Far from having seen us use these months to move towards a constructive dialogue in good faith in favor of the peaceful resolution of the conflict in Ukraine, what we've seen is the fact that today we are in an arena of ever more bitter confrontation. The panorama is a dramatic one, and the future is not encouraging. We insist that if we do not change direction as soon as possible, we could find ourselves faced with a global conflict between nuclear powers which would destroy humankind as we know it. Such a conflict would produce conflicts which would be felt for generations. In this vein, the regrettable growing and unbridled arms race, which diverts to war not only resources that could be used for development and for the fight against poverty and hunger, but also, and in an irresponsible fashion, arms to prolong the conflict. It promotes a clash, a deliberate clash between blocs, which imperils international peace and security. We reiterate in this regard that a unipolar victory, a lasting one, is nothing more than a pipe dream. Mr. President, the United Nations must facilitate a peaceful solution to the conflict through dialogue, diplomacy and political negotiations between Russia and NATO in order to develop a mechanism for European security which is balanced, effective and sustainable over time, a mechanism where the legitimate preoccupations of all parties are taken into account, including when it comes to security, in accordance with the principle of indivisibility. The United Nations were established after the greatest war of humankind to guarantee the maintenance of peace and international peace and security. Its greatest success has been precisely to avoid a third world war. If conflicts surge, the role of our organization has been that of reversing conflict and returning to the path of diplomacy so that the conflict can be peacefully resolved. This is our obligation today. That is to build a path which halts the escalation of tensions, to avoid continuing sleepwalking to the point of no return. That point will jeopardize the very survival of current and future generations. We conclude reiterating our staunch commitment to the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and from this high rostrum we emphasize that it is only through diplomacy, dialogue and restraint, without pressure or sanctions, that we will be able to put an end to this deplorable conflict which today threatens humankind as a whole and whose impact is today exacerbated by unilateral tendencies which are becoming ever more deeply rooted and by the supremacist existence on inexistent exceptionalisms. We cannot allow this General Assembly to continue to be instrumentalized for the advancement of initiatives which lack all consensus, such as that put forth in the draft resolution before us. Such initiatives only serve to divert us further from the path which should unite us all today equally, the path of peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Venezuela. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Mr. President, it is tragic that the General Assembly has to convene yet another meeting of the emergency special session, because this means that the war in Ukraine is continuing with full force, causing the loss of so many innocent lives and massive destruction to civilian infrastructure. Russia made the fateful decision to invade Ukraine in blatant disregard of the UN Charter a year ago. Since then, we have witnessed a war of attrition with spillover effects that have touched all parts of the world. And it appears that the situation may worsen further. Since the beginning of this war, Singapore has taken a clear and consistent position that Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine is a clear and gross violation of the principles of the UN Charter and of international law. The UN Security Council, of which Russia is a permanent member, has regrettably not been able to discharge its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security because of the self-serving, cynical veto by Russia. The General Assembly has so far adopted 5 resolutions on the war in Ukraine. Each of these resolutions is a clear message from the international community that the violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine cannot be condoned. We regret that Russia has ignored the clear and repeated calls of the General Assembly to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine and to respect Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. Russia has also ignored the orders of the International Court of Justice to immediately suspend the special military operation. In inverted commas, the special military operation, which commenced on the 24th of February 2022 in the territory of Ukraine. We underline also the importance of General Assembly Resolution ES 11/4, which condemned the Russian Federation's organization of illegal so-called referenda in Ukraine's internationally recognized borders in October 2022. Mr. President, we thank the Secretary General for his remarks earlier today, and we fully agree with the Secretary General when he said, and I quote, "Russia's attack on Ukraine challenges the cornerstone principles and values of our multilateral system," end of quote. In addition to these remarks from the Secretary General, please allow me to make some additional points on the important issue that we are discussing this afternoon. Firstly, Singapore's clear and consistent position on Russia's invasion of Ukraine remains unchanged. We are upholding a fundamental principle. We are not taking sides. Our clear and consistent position reflects our firm belief in the need to respect the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all states, big or small. We reaffirm Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, which states unequivocally, and I quote, that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, end of quote. And let me add that for small states like Singapore, the UN Charter and international law are not academic issues, but a matter of peace and security and of existential importance. We therefore condemn, in the strongest possible terms, any violation of these principles, which are of fundamental importance to all member states of the United Nations. Singapore has co-sponsored the draft resolution before us today because we believe that the resolution expresses support for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the principles of the UN Charter. And we hope that such a peace will come to pass. Secondly, Singapore is saddened by the continued deterioration of the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, with continuing indiscriminate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, rising casualties, and a lack of humanitarian access to those most in need. We share the grave concern expressed in this draft resolution on the high number of civilian casualties, including women and children. We support the call made in the resolution for an immediate cessation of attacks on the critical infrastructure of Ukraine and any deliberate attacks on civilian objects, including those that are residences, schools, and hospitals. We commend the work of various UN agencies and the International Committee of the Red Cross, providing humanitarian aid to alleviate the suffering of the Ukrainian people and others affected by the war and its spillover effects. We also thank the IAEA for its work to ensure nuclear safety and security in Ukraine, in spite of the challenging situation on the ground. Thirdly, Singapore shares the concerns expressed in the resolution about the effects of the war on global food and energy supply chains and prices. The spillover effects have dampened economic recovery and growth and has set back the progress made in the global fight against poverty. In this regard, we commend the Secretary General's tireless efforts to ensure a continued supply of essential exports through the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We call upon the Secretary General to continue his good office's role by facilitating contact and dialogue with all relevant parties in order to support a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Mr. President, the resolution before us today is a balanced one that reiterates the principles of the UN Charter and international law. The resolution emphasizes the need to redouble support for diplomatic efforts to reach a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. We welcome the call made in the resolution for a cessation of hostilities and for the immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal by the Russian Federation of all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine. Singapore urges all member states to vote yes for this draft resolution in order to demonstrate support for international law, for the UN Charter, and for the rules-based multilateral system. The adoption of this draft resolution before us today will send a clear signal to the world that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected, that internationally recognized borders cannot be violated by the rule of force, and that a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine must be based on the principles of the UN Charter. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a year ago, Russia decided to escalate its aggression against Ukraine in a manner that is both terrifying and carries very wide implications beyond the region. This past year has seen horrific crimes that are difficult to process in their scale and systematic nature. In the course of the aggression, Russian forces have systematically violated all fundamental principles of international humanitarian law: military necessity, distinction, and proportionality. Civilians, including children, have been forcibly abducted into Russia. Unable to score the expected military gains, Russia has resorted to a tactic of terrorizing the resilient civilian population into submission, including through a pattern of attacks on critical civilian infrastructure. Furthermore, its leadership has sent hundreds of thousands of its own young men, many conscripted, to a senseless and unnecessary death. Mr. President, the impacts of the aggression are being felt far and wide. Food security for tens of millions, while somewhat ameliorated by the progress of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, will further be set back as Ukraine's natural environment is polluted with the detritus of war. The doomsday clock is now set at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest it has ever been after threats by the Russian leadership of a nuclear apocalypse. Collectively, this aggression has seriously undermined global progress towards the 2030 agenda and made a major contribution to a world in which displacement and hunger sit at record levels. Let us be clear about why we have this war. Ukraine did not want it. NATO did not want it. No peace-loving state wanted it. The political and military leadership of the Russian Federation alone wanted it and chose to invade a sovereign neighboring state. They did so in blatant violation of the founding principles of the UN Charter and the fundamental tenets of international law, with complete disregard for human life and for the devastating resulting fallout for people around the globe. The UN is a peace organization created from the ashes of war in order to save future generations from experiencing its horrors. Its charter has thus outlawed the use of force, with two exceptions: authorization by the Security Council and self-defense. This aggression is therefore manifestly illegal. Ukraine's efforts to defend itself, on the other hand, are not only legal under Article 51 of the Charter, they are fully in line with its object and purpose. Mr. President, we have co-sponsored the draft resolution that this Assembly will take action on tomorrow. A just peace must be grounded in the principles of the UN Charter, in particular that of territorial integrity. As this Assembly demanded in March 2022, Russia must immediately and completely withdraw all of its troops from all of Ukraine. Only then will it be possible to engage in genuine diplomacy, and will there be space for credible and full inclusive peace talks. We call on all states to support this draft, which epitomizes the values of this organization. Mr. President, the resolution also highlights the role of accountability as a key element in a just and lasting peace. This includes in particular accountability for the crime of aggression, from which all the other international crimes committed in the course of this war flow. This assembly has recognized individual criminal responsibility for the crime against peace, the precursor of the crime of aggression, as customary international law as early as in 1946. In 1974, it defined by consensus what acts of aggression are, and it has twice determined with an overwhelming majority in the past year that the Russian Federation has committed aggression against Ukraine. Ensuring individual criminal accountability for persons in political and military leadership positions in line with international law is therefore an obvious task for this Assembly, both in line with the UN Charter and with its own landmark decisions from the past. We therefore appeal to all states to join the effort to create a special tribunal for the crime of aggression, and in doing so, to live up to our commitment to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Luxembourg fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union. Allow me to add some thoughts in my national capacity. We thank you, Mr. President, for having followed up on our request to reopen the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly. As long as the war continues to rage, it is urgent that the Assembly be able to take action on the draft resolution devoted to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Luxembourg co-sponsored and will vote in favour of this draft resolution, which is the result of inclusive and transparent consultations. We call upon all member states to vote in favour. It is indeed in all of our interests to defend the Charter and to underscore the need as quickly as possible to reach a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine in accordance with the principles enshrined in the Charter, in particular the principles of sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of states. This Charter is our common good. It is our bastion against the assaults of those who want to ensure that might makes right prevails over the full force of the law. By launching its fully fledged aggression, this unprovoked, unjustified and unjustifiable act of aggression against Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, the Russian Federation not only attacked Ukraine, it also attacked the international order based on the rule of law, which is based on the fundamental provisions of the United Nations Charter. It is our responsibility to respond to this act of aggression by reiterating the principles of the Charter and by helping Ukraine to defend itself in accordance with its natural right of self-defense enshrined in Article 51 of the Charter. That was true a year ago, and it remains true today, now more than ever. Mr. President, the results of this war of aggression launched by Russia with the involvement of Belarus are horrifying. Tens of thousands of lives have been shattered. Women and children have been subjected to sexual violence. According to the Office for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, more than 8,000 civilians, including 487 children, have been killed over the past 12 months. And those are the cases that have been able to be verified. The real number of civilian casualties is much higher. The continued use of explosive weapons, including in populated areas, has meant that thousands of schools, preschools, and other educational facilities in Ukraine have been damaged or destroyed. This has interrupted the education of more than 5 million children in Ukraine. Targeted attacks against schools and hospitals and other civilian infrastructure in Ukraine constitute a violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. The draft resolution before us calls for the immediate cessation of these attacks. It once again demands that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces from Ukrainian territory to within the internationally recognized borders of the country, and also calls for a cessation of hostilities. The draft resolution quite rightly underscores the need to ensure that the perpetrators of the most serious crimes under international law committed on the territory of Ukraine are held accountable for their actions, and that justice be done for the victims. Luxembourg commends and supports in this regard the work of the Commission of Inquiry established by the Human Rights Council, as well as the work of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. The investigation conducted by the prosecutor in cooperation with the Ukrainian judicial authorities will make it possible to prosecute those responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of genocide. While the ICC is not able to exercise its jurisdiction over the crime of aggression in this case, we are among those countries advocating for the creation of a special tribunal that would be able to prosecute those responsible for the act of aggression against Ukraine upon the recommendation of the United Nations General Assembly. There can be no impunity for the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine. Mr. President, with the 10-point peace plan proposed by President Zelensky, Ukraine has demonstrated the path towards a just and lasting peace. In its brave fight for liberty and universal values, Ukraine can continue to count on the full support and solidarity of Luxembourg. Luxembourg will continue to resolutely support the independence, unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders in accordance with the resolutions of this Assembly. Thank you.
Je remercie l'ambassadeur.
I thank the distinguished Ambassador of Luxembourg.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 year ago, we met in this hall as 130,000 Russian troops amassed on Ukraine's borders and in illegally annexed Crimea. Many of us called for de-escalation, for dialogue, and for respect for the UN Charter. Russia claimed it had no intention to invade. The next day, Russia launched its full-scale invasion, with Belarus providing one of the staging grounds. We're all aware of the devastating impacts. Millions of civilians displaced, countless lives, Ukrainian and Russian, lost. Hundreds of hospitals and thousands of schools destroyed. A generation of Ukrainian families scarred by abuses, trauma, and forced deportation. And across the world, increased food insecurity and energy prices affecting every country and really hurting those most in need. In response, the General Assembly has now met in this emergency special session 6 times in the past year. It has repeatedly called for Russia to end its invasion and withdraw from Ukraine. It has condemned Russia's illegal attempts to annex Ukrainian territory, and it has reaffirmed our respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and demanded respect for the UN Charter. Yet Russia continues. More indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian cities and towns, and endless systematic strikes on Ukraine's water, electricity, and other infrastructure. A war on the Ukrainian people and their right to exist. Ukraine has resisted day in and day out for every one of the last 364 days, exercising its right of self-defense under the Charter. As Foreign Minister Kuleba said earlier, every country in this assembly would fight to survive in the same way. But beyond its survival, what Ukraine really wants, indeed, what we all want, what we have continually called for, is a just peace. Tomorrow, we will vote on a resolution. It is a resolution that underlines the need for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. A peace that guarantees Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and ends Russia's constant aggression. A vote in favour of the resolution is a vote for peace and for the UN Charter. We urge all of you to join us in voting yes.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. Now I give the floor to Ms. Victoria Hallam, Deputy Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aotearoa New Zealand reiterates our unequivocal condemnation of the Russian Federation's blatant aggression against Ukraine. 1 year into this illegal and unprovoked conflict, the repercussions for global peace, security, and economic stability continue to reverberate around the world. Terrible loss of life, a humanitarian crisis, economic upheaval. Our resolve to stand against the Russian Federation's aggression is undiminished. Russia's actions are a direct attack on the principles that underpin global peace and security. The only way for Russia to rebuild its credibility as an international citizen is to end this war. We call again on the Russian Federation to commit to dialogue, to act in the interests of peace and in compliance of the United Nations Charter and the binding orders of the International Court of Justice. Russia has a duty to act consistently with its responsibilities as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Aotearoa New Zealand strongly supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our position is reflected in our response. Aotearoa New Zealand has acted swiftly with unprecedented diplomatic, economic, and military support for Ukraine's self-defence. As members of the General Assembly, it is our responsibility to do all we can to avoid the deadly consequences of war. The principles at stake in Ukraine, namely respect for international law and the UN Charter's defence of sovereignty and territorial integrity, are of critical importance to Aotearoa New Zealand and for the peace and stability of small states. The passage of time does not lessen our opposition to the Russian Federation's act of aggression against Ukraine. We call on all states to maintain pressure on Russia to show that its actions are not without consequence. Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to ensuring there is legal accountability in Ukraine, including through the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Aotearoa New Zealand chooses peace. We do not support the cynical amendments proposed by Belarus. We are pleased to co-sponsor today's resolution, and we urge other states to add their support. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Foreign Secretary of New Zealand. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Türkiye.
Mr. President, let me start by thanking Your Excellency for reconvening the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. We have gathered at a somber moment. The very fact that the war in Ukraine enters its second year with little prospect of peace is disheartening. Yet, it is a timely opportunity to take stock and reaffirm fundamental principles that guide our policies. Since day one, Türkiye has adopted a principled position in terms of rejecting the war in Ukraine and calling it unacceptable. We also tried to facilitate diplomacy at an early stage, both in Antalya and in Istanbul. We have manifested our position by co-sponsoring or voting in favor of all relevant UN General Assembly resolutions. Indeed, our position is a natural extension of our opposition to the illegal annexation of Crimea. 1 year on, Turkey's position remains unchanged. We fully support Ukraine's territorial integrity, independence, and sovereignty. We continue to stand firmly against this war and reject the annexation of the Ukrainian territories. We must ensure that the founding principles of the UN, enshrined in its charter, are upheld. Mr. President, the repercussions of the conflict are being felt far beyond Ukraine, with profound global implications. The material and human cost is mounting. The war has had a negative impact on surging energy prices, high cost of living, supply chain problems, and food insecurity. This happens at a time when the global governance is already struggling with the challenges posed by an interconnected, interdependent, and digitalized world. Therefore, the trajectory of the conflict cannot be decided by the dynamics of the battleground only. A clear vision for ending this war through diplomacy has to be articulated sooner rather than later. We must focus our efforts on crafting the contours of a realistic, sustainable, and above all, viable peace. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has proved that diplomacy can indeed deliver results. As we enter the second year of this conflict, Turkey will remain engaged in all efforts towards this end. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Señor Presidente. Mr. President, I thank you for resuming the 11th emergency special session of this General Assembly. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. As we're all aware, thus reads the beginning of the United Nations Charter, written with the deeply harbored hope of eradicating the use of force from relations between states. 77 years have gone by since then, and today in this same assembly we meet to mark 1 year since the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. This violation of the norms enshrined in the charter of our organization in the midst of the 21st century must prompt us to rally and reaffirm our deep conviction and commitment to the principles of the Charter and its goals, as well as to the commitments that we have in accordance with international law, including IHL and human rights law. And it should compel us to uphold commitments such as respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states, and to always maintain that the only solution to disputes is via peaceful means and not through the use of force. Chile thanks the penholders of Resolution A/ES-11/L7 that is being presented to this Assembly. We thank them for including and underscoring various components linked to the principles that would support a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in accordance too with our Charter and the international order which preserves us. Moreover, we recognize the flexibility shown and the acceptance of suggestions made by co-sponsors during the consultation process on the text. Particularly, we here recall the operative paragraph which calls upon member states and international organizations to redouble support for diplomatic efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine consistent with the United Nations Charter. Chile decided to co-sponsor this draft. We did so in line with decisions previously taken by our delegation in this emergency special session, and we did so as a clear indication of our view of core notions of coexistence, peace, and international security. Respecting these principles is the vital prerequisite to allow us to hope for the development of our peoples, and a prerequisite to be able to tackle as a community all the global challenges that threaten us. Indeed, as this war plays out, we are witnessing the consequences of climate change, natural disasters, the rising tide of poverty, inequality, food insecurity, terrorism, inter alia. All of these phenomena are having a direct impact on the people of our countries, reducing their prospects for a future. It is our duty to improve that future. On all of these issues, this organization and its agencies must prioritize work to find solutions that can or to mitigate these problems. It is vital to halt the spiral of a conflict marked by these characteristics, a conflict which is shaking the very foundations of the international system, and a conflict whose consequence is a loss of trust in multilateralism and democracy. This conflict also undermines our capacity to work together and show solidarity. It exacerbates polarization, divisions, and hate speech when what we most urgently need is to promote unity. We note with grave concern the dilapidation of the arms control regime that has been built over a decade. In our view, it is urgent to hold a dialogue on strategic security between nuclear states, such as to allow stable and predictable relations and to build transparency, build trust, and have robust and credible legal verification mechanisms in place, and we insist once again, nuclear weapons are a source of insecurity and must be eradicated. This bleak picture, however, must not see us lose heart. In contrast, it should act as a stimulus so that as an international community we lay down the conditions for a peaceful resolution of this conflict, and so that we in good faith comply with commitments made. We encourage work on the ground and the efforts that various stakeholders are making in order to guarantee peace and security of all people. We echo calls made by friend countries and regional organizations to have a substantive dialogue held between parties involved. Many thanks, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here once again today for an emergency special session as we solemnly commemorate 1 year since Russia's illegal invasion against Ukraine and its people. For the past year, the war in Ukraine has created untold human suffering and countless tragedies. It is deeply troubling to see that there is so little hope in sight for a peaceful resolution. How many more days must we bear witness to civilian casualties and the destruction of the beloved homes of ordinary people? It is simply deplorable that we have to discuss at the podium of the UN General Assembly Hall a war of aggression waged by a permanent member of the Security Council in the 21st century. The impacts of this war are not constrained within Ukraine's borders. Rather, the international community is continuing to grapple with the far-reaching repercussions of this war. In addition, there is a fundamental damage occurring to all of us. Our common principles are so flagrantly breached, and the rules-based international order is under attack. Russia's armed invasion of Ukraine and its annexation of Ukrainian territories through the use of force are serious blows to the core principles of the international system that we have been upholding over the last 7 decades. These include our solemn obligation to refrain from the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. In this regard, the Security Council has failed to act according to its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as a result of the veto cast by Russia. With the Security Council still deadlocked on the situation in Ukraine, the General Assembly must advance a firm, unified voice on behalf of the fundamental principles which bind us together. Mr. President, the Uniting for Peace resolution, which forms the basis of today's emergency special session, is all the more meaningful to the Republic of Korea since it was born in 1950 during the Korean War due to the veto wielded by the Soviet Union. Through the previous emergency special sessions on the situation in Ukraine, we have adopted 5 resolutions, which all demonstrated our strong commitment to the UN Charter. The Republic of Korea, as a nation which was founded, defended, and then rebuilt alongside the crucial assistance of the UN, and as a nation which is adamantly committed to universal values such as freedom, human rights, and the rule of law, proudly co-sponsored all of these resolutions. And we once again co-sponsored the resolution today. My delegation expects all member states to vote in favor of the resolution today which is principally about our common values and guiding principles. This is not about taking sides. This is about our joint commitment to upholding the UN Charter and the rules-based international order. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea urges Russia to immediately and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine and to end its continuing violations of the UN Charter. This war can be stopped by Russia's choosing, as was the invasion 1 year ago was its choice. The extended war will only strengthen international solidarity against Russia and will not serve Russia's interest. Russia should devise an actionable exit strategy for both world peace as well as its own interests. The sooner, the better. In the meantime, we support Ukraine's exercise of its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. We reiterate our full solidarity with Ukraine and its people. My delegation urges all parties to the conflict to abide by humanitarian and human rights laws. We believe that violations of humanitarian and human rights laws must be held accountable. Furthermore, my delegation condemns all other illicit activities on the ground, such as the arms trade between the DPRK and the Wagner Group, in blatant violation of relevant Security Council resolutions. As we now moving into the second year of the war, we are compelled to raise a key question. Whose side is time on? The answer is, we firmly believe that time is on the side of freedom, justice, human rights, the rule of law, and the UN Charter, not on the side of mass atrocities. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the distinguished Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Mr. President, I thank you for resuming the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly with a view to considering the draft resolution on the principles of the Charter of the United Nations underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. In a few hours, we will mark a year since the beginning of this absurd war. And at this point, what better way to honor the memory of its victims than by sending out a signal of unity and a sign that the international community is rallying to achieve a peace with dignity. This Assembly, in addition to the powers granted to it by the Charter of the United Nations, has the responsibility bestowed upon it by Security Council Resolution 2623. That resolution saw that organ decide to convene this very emergency special session. This session is now resuming for the 6th time. Since the beginning of this emergency session, we have adopted 5 resolutions containing key provisions on the defense of territorial integrity, on the promotion of guarantees for humanitarian access, on the protection of civilians, and on accountability. This General Assembly has the duty to promote the respect of international law and to champion compliance with the ruling handed down by the International Court of Justice on the 16th of March 2022. With that ruling, the highest judicial organ of the United Nations ordered the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military operations in Ukraine. Mr. President, last September, from this podium, in this arena, which is the most important, deliberative, representative, and democratic arena of the United Nations organ, our heads of state and government almost unanimously committed to peace and appealed for it to be defended. Since then, how many times have we heard fervent calls from delegations for the weapons to fall silent and for an end to military aggression? How many times have we invoked the provisions of the United Nations Charter, be that Article 2.4, according to which states must refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of another state, or whether that be Article 2.3 on the peaceful resolution of disputes. How many times do we remind ourselves, and have we reminded ourselves, that 77 years ago we resolved to save future generations from the scourge of war, and to that end to coexist in peace as good neighbours, beyond the different nuances which colour the positions shared by this diverse body of states which make up this assembly. I can point to two key positions which unite the vast majority of us. On the one hand, the recognition of the applicability of the principles of the Charter, and on the other, the ultimate overriding goal of peace. Ecuador is of the conviction that a comprehensive and lasting peace is vital and that it is possible. For this reason, we decided to co-sponsor the draft resolution contained in document A/ES11/L7. Among its key provisions, this resolution calls for a cessation of hostilities and emphasizes the need of achieving without delay a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. We regret that the amendments presented by Belarus seek to divide and to undermine the aforementioned draft resolution L7. "8,000 civilians were killed during this first year of the invasion. There was Elisa, who's 7, Polina is 10, Maxime and Daria were only 2 months old. These people will not see peace because they were buried under the bombs and foreign missile fire. We have the girls and boys of their generation that are currently displaced or living as refugees in their millions. And there are those people that are living with the spectre of destruction and anguish hovering over them. For all of these people, Ecuador will reject the amendments and will defend the resolution, voting in favor of it." Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Marshall Islands.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Republic of the Marshall Islands strongly reaffirms the Balakir Communique of the 21st Micronesian Presidents Summit of 13 February 2023, in which the 5 leaders of the Micronesian island nations, and I quote, condemned the illegal, brutal, and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, which is nearly approaching its 1-year anniversary. Presidents agreed that the rule of law, the international rule-based order, and respect for sovereignty and human rights must prevail. Presidents call on the international community to help toward reinstalling peace and stability in that region, end quote. Mr. President, the words of small island leaders in the vast expanses of the North Pacific Ocean I have whirled away are also those of democratic nations committed to accountability and fundamental human rights. We are as concerned over the Russian invasion as we are also over the sharp tone of geopolitical confrontation in our own region. And as small nation of vulnerable populations, we rely closely upon effective multilateral outcomes in its aggression against Ukraine. Russia and its actors have committed documented atrocities against Ukraine with such deliberate planning and at such scale, it is difficult not to define them as crimes against humanity. Mr. President, the United Nations was founded out of a clear commitment to never repeat atrocities and instability. The present Russian aggression against Ukraine has put us all to the test. A dysfunctional Security Council held by the very same self-interest and with veto power under question will not silence the General Assembly. The UN Charter is not neutral. It demands adherence to the universal and fundamental human rights, and it did so to protect the most vulnerable countries and peoples who are otherwise threatened by larger powers. It is incumbent upon us, member states, to turn these noble words into reality. Today's vote is unambiguous and must send a clear and common voice. The public credibility of this institution we all belong to rests upon it. In the past year, we have seen evidence of appalling atrocities, including indiscriminate targeting, devastation, conflict-related sexual violence, and large-scale removal of civilians from Ukraine to Russia, including abduction of children. And accordingly, accountability mechanisms are now at work. While these deliberate processes must take time, no one can ignore the overwhelming clarity and weight of documentation. Mr. President, the international community is at a unique moment. The post-Cold War era is long over, and the boundaries of the new moment are uncertain. Increasingly, we are defined by coalitions and stronger group effort. What issues once may have divided us often do no longer. Those committed to speaking out against war crimes and human rights violations are simply now stronger as a result of this experience. And we are stronger together, and we will not be divided. And while some may choose to still vote only on the basis of politics, others do so to express moral character. That said, Mr. President, we are prepared to support until a just and lasting peace is reached. Today, the Republic of the Marshall Islands will vote yes on Resolution L7 on a just and lasting peace in Ukraine and urges others to vote likewise. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Marshall Islands. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Mr. President, for the past year, Israel has stood alongside the people of Ukraine in solidarity both on the ground and here in the United Nations. Israel will continue our solidarity with Ukraine by supporting this resolution and every other resolution that reflects our position at the United Nations. The State of Israel has always and continues to remain wholeheartedly committed to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ambassador Kyslytsya, you are a dear friend on a personal level, but this friendship extends far beyond us. It is shared between our nations as well. Distinguished representatives, one of the most fundamental values in Jewish tradition is the sanctity of life. According to our sages, whoever saves even one life is as if they saved an entire world. This is a principle that Israel, the Jewish state, holds dear. This is seen through Israel's support and aid around the world, whenever disaster strikes and whenever there are those in need. But when Ukraine needed support, Israel immediately took action. Within 1 week of the fighting, over 100 tons of humanitarian equipment, aid was delivered to our Ukrainian friends. In coordination with the Ukrainian authorities, thousands of coats, blankets, tents, and sleeping bags were shipped. From then until today, medication, food, water purification systems, industrial-sized generators, and so much more has been delivered. Just weeks ago, Israel delivered armored ambulances to Ukraine. Israel was proud to establish a field hospital inside Ukraine's borders. It was at this hospital that 7,000 patients were treated in the direst of times. Staffed by roughly 200 doctors, nurses, and health professionals, the field hospital included wards for men, women, and children, an emergency room, labor and delivery facilities, imaging and telehealth capabilities, mental health services, and far beyond. Yet, the field hospital wasn't the only Israeli hospital that Ukrainians received treatment in. Hundreds of Ukrainian patients have been treated in hospitals and rehabilitation centers across Israel. From giving critical care to children suffering from cancer, to wounded soldiers receiving state-of-the-art prosthetics, Israeli doctors and medical professionals have been wholly committed to helping Ukrainians in need. Mashav, Israel's Agency for International Cooperation, has provided crucial training to thousands of Ukrainian professionals in the fields of emergency management, welfare, and post-trauma therapy. But now, dear friends, 1 year on is not the time to allow our support to ebb. And this is precisely the commitment that Israel made last week with the visit of our Minister of Foreign Affairs to Ukraine. Israel remains steadfast in continuing our support and even expanding it by advancing projects in healthcare and civilian infrastructure across Ukraine, as well as aiding in the development of a smart early warning system to save Ukrainian lives from imminent rocket and missile attacks. Distinguished colleagues, for years now, Israel has been warning the international community of the most dangerous threat to the Middle East, the Ayatollah regime in Iran. But now, dear colleagues, now the international community has begun to wake up. The Ayatollah regime is not merely a threat to the Iranian people, murdering protesters and women in the streets. It is not only a danger to the Middle East with its public calls for Israel's destruction, its attack on maritime shipping routes, and Iran's funding and arming of destabilizing terrorist armies. The Ayatollahs are a worldwide threat, and for Ukraine, this couldn't be clearer. Iranian arms and weaponry are wreaking havoc in Ukraine, killing innocent civilians and destroying infrastructure. And this is just the beginning. Ukraine has been a testing ground for Iran, and their armaments are now being sold to some of the most dangerous international actors. If this is what the Iranian threat looks like today, I truly cannot imagine what it will be like should Iran become a nuclear threshold state. Think about it. It is time for the international community to not just wake up, but to act against the Iranian threat. Act for the sake of the Iranian people, for the Middle East, for Ukraine, and for the sake of the world. Iran must be stopped. Mr. President, Israel stands strongly with our Ukrainian friends, remains committed to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and is fully devoted to saving lives in any way possible. Israel is proud to strengthen its mission of humanitarian support and looks forward to expanding cooperation and advancing more projects to assist Ukraine. I pray, dear friends, for an end to the violence and for peace, not only in Europe, but around the globe. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Mr. President, 1 year after the beginning of the armed conflict in Ukraine, Mexico reiterates its position of principle. This has been expressed both in this General Assembly and in the Security Council. States must act in stringent compliance with the United Nations Charter. They must always champion actions aimed at avoiding an escalation of tensions, actions which foster dialogue and negotiation until all avenues have been explored to peacefully resolve disputes. The peaceful resolution of disputes is also a central tenet of my country's foreign policy, enshrined in our Constitution. It is for this reason that Mexico is a peace-loving country, a country that has always demonstrated its readiness to use diplomacy to bring parties back to the negotiating table. In this regard, we presented a formal initiative before this Assembly, and we have supported all efforts of the Secretary-General and of Member States to open channels which will make it possible to tackle critical situations, whether these be channels to mitigate the food crisis arising from the conflict or channels to facilitate the provision of humanitarian assistance. During our recent term on the Security Council, we put forward, together with France, a draft which served as the basis for the resolution adopted by this General Assembly on the 24th of March 2022. That with the goal of reducing the suffering of the civilian population affected by the war. Mr. President, we reiterate that violations of international law are not acceptable, nor should they go unpunished. In order to achieve accountability, Mexico has unequivocally supported the judicial processes initiated both in the International Criminal Court and in the International Court of Justice, and we will continue to do so. It is in light of all of the above that Mexico supports the draft resolution that has today been submitted for our consideration. My delegation participated actively in the negotiations on this text, a text which expresses the General Assembly's commitment to a lasting peace through respect for the United Nations Charter. The text also recognizes and supports efforts made both by the Secretary-General and Member States to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Moreover, the text reiterates the applicability of the norms of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. At the same time, it renews our collective commitment to accountability. Turning now to the amendments put forward at the last minute, beyond their content, we regret that these amendments were not presented in enough time for their full consideration. To conclude, Mexico appeals to the parties to renew efforts that will make it possible to achieve a cessation of hostilities and to put an end to the violations of Article 2 of the Charter and to those actions which run counter to Resolution 3314 of this General Assembly. Mexico recognizes the sovereignty, the political independence and the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and supports all efforts propitious to a diplomatic solution which halts the suffering of the civilian population. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Mr. President, colleagues, good evening. Australia is proud to stand alongside our partners to co-sponsor this resolution, underscoring the need for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. And let me be clear at the outset. 1 year on, Australia continues to condemn Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This aggression cannot be normalised. This aggression cannot be minimised. We strongly support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognised borders. Mr. President, we urge all Member States to support this resolution. Doing so demonstrates our unreserved commitment to upholding international law, in particular, the Charter of the United Nations. It confirms that we will not accept a situation where larger countries determine the fate of smaller countries. It shows President Putin that Russia's prolonged war impacts all nations and all peoples. It is not only causing immense human suffering, but also exacerbating existing stresses in the global economy, constraining growth, increasing inflation, disrupting supply chains and heightening energy and food insecurity. President Putin's destabilising behaviour and nuclear threats are acts of hostility, threatening the peace and security of all. Mr. Putin's joint statement with the leaders of the other 4 nuclear weapon states in January last year emphasised that, and I quote, "Nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought." End quote. This commitment should not be forgotten. Mr. President, Australia calls on Russia to end its war and to unconditionally withdraw from Ukraine's territory, consistent with the legally binding decision of the International Court of Justice. The ongoing injuries suffered by Ukraine as a result of Russia's violations of international law also require full reparation by Russia. Australia has imposed sanctions on Belarusian and Iranian targets involved in Russia's war efforts. We reiterate that those who provide material support to Russia will face consequences. The Australian government, for its part, has committed approximately $655 million in assistance to empower Ukraine to resolve this conflict on its own terms and meet the immediate needs of the Ukrainian people. Australia continues to work with our partners to hold Russia accountable. We have imposed over 900 targeted financial sanctions on those responsible and comprehensive import and export bans. Australia continues to work with partners to impose costs on Russia in the multilateral system to show that the invasion has severe consequences for its global standing. Mr. President, Australia again calls on Russia to immediately comply with its obligations under international law, including the Charter of the United Nations and international humanitarian law. It is imperative that we ensure accountability for the commission of serious international crimes in Ukraine. That's why we continue to support the important work of the International Criminal Court and independent UN Commission of Inquiry. On 24 February, Mr. President, Australia will make further announcements to mark 1 year since Russia's full-scale invasion. We will continue to call for the sovereignty of all nations, large and small, to be respected. Australia mourns the incalculable losses inflicted by the invasion and honours the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Mr. President, colleagues, Russia's attack on Ukraine is an attack on all and reminds us how much we all have to lose if we fail to protect the UN system. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Federal States of Micronesia.
Mr. President, I align this statement with the statement delivered by a distinguished representative of Fiji on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. In my national capacity, I would like to add a few points. It has been a year since the 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly adopted a resolution on the aggression against Ukraine. Since then, the war has only intensified with disturbing human rights violations waged against the people of Ukraine by Russia. The ongoing unjust war has displaced millions of people with insurmountable death and destruction. It is disconcerting to see Russia's utter disregard for the call from the international community for a cessation of their hostilities toward the people of Ukraine and to withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We, once again, express our appreciation to its neighbors who continue to provide food, shelter, and safety for the most vulnerable. Today's draft tries to look towards the future. It underscores the need to reach a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. It reaffirms the commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, extending to its territorial waters. And it recalls the obligations under international humanitarian law. Micronesia supports the draft and is one of its sponsors. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Micronesia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liberia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, a year ago, the world witnessed Russia's invasion of Ukraine. For me, this led to immediate recollections of Liberia's dark days, marred by heightened insecurity, displacements, internal and across borders, hunger, disease, fears, deaths, and many forms of human rights violations. These are just few of the trauma of war, with effects often lasting a lifetime. Liberia, a country with first-hand experience of war, understands this very well. The feeling of uncertainty, constant fear and loss, leaving your home and all you know in search of safety and basic necessities like food, shelter, and clothing, waking up and not knowing whether you will survive another day. This is the daily reality of Ukrainians. The Office of the UN Commissioner for Human Rights records over 18,000 civilians' deaths and injuries as of January 23rd. This includes hundreds of innocent children who's lost the opportunity to grow up to reach their full potential. The unprovoked and illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia not only threatens regional security, impede development, and contribute to widespread human suffering, it also threatens the very fabric of this intergovernmental organization. The fundamental principles of international law and entire international system are at stake here. It is time that we all demonstrate our commitment to uphold the principles of the UN Charter. In this regard, we join calls for the Russian Federation to immediately and unconditionally cease hostilities in Ukraine and allow for a diplomatic approach to finding comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. Excellencies, we live in a world of increasingly interconnected challenges. Hence, Russia's aggression against Ukraine also has a global impact on economic growth and global supply, thus aggravating food and energy crises for the most vulnerable states and people. Therefore, the world cannot and should not sit back idly to what is unfolding in Ukraine. Posterity will judge our actions today. Hence, the resolution that we will consider tomorrow sends a clear message that this conflict has to be brought to an end by restoring respect for the principles of the UN Charter, including the principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states. These principles should serve as a basic for securing a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. It is not an approach limited to Ukraine. Adherence to the UN Charter is a viable and efficient recipe for addressing issues of global peace and security. I also hasten to remind us that not speaking out, not acting now, not doing the right thing threatens the very fabric of this intergovernmental body of which we are all members of. Hence, Liberia is a proud co-sponsor of this resolution, a further demonstration of our commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, maintenance of global peace and security, and solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We therefore urge all member states to vote in favor of the resolution when it is considered tomorrow. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Liberia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, it has been a year since the outbreak of the conflict in Ukraine, but Vietnam is saddened to see little hope in bringing it to a close sooner than later. Despite the passage of time, the situation in Ukraine has regrettably not shown any sign of de-escalation. The consequences of the conflict are devastating, with immense loss of life and destruction of infrastructure and resources for countries. The impacts of the conflict are felt globally, especially for the most vulnerable groups. The prospect of negotiations seem beyond reach. The conflict has negatively affected the region and the world, and at the same time hampered efforts aimed at promoting international cooperation and addressing global challenges. If the situation persists, chances for peace are even farther away. It is all the more disheartening at a time when the world should work collaboratively for peace and development. Billions of dollars have been spent on wars while resources are lacking for peace, development, SDGs implementation, and climate change adaptation. Mr. President, we reiterate that it is essential to promote peace, security, stability, and cooperation through upholding international law and the United Nations Charter, including fundamental principles of respect for independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states, and refrainment from the threat or use of force. All disputes should be resolved by peaceful means through comprehensive and durable solutions. We urge parties concerned to put an immediate end to the hostilities and avoid actions that may lead to further escalations. We also call upon parties concerned to urgently resume peaceful dialogue and negotiations to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, taking into account the legitimate interests and needs of the parties in line with the international law and the UN charters. These are the most pressing priorities at hand. The international community should redouble support for these efforts. Only by doing so can international and regional peace, security, and stability be maintained. Furthermore, focus must be given to protecting the safety and security of civilians, responding adequately to the urgent humanitarian needs of those impacted by the hostilities, and safeguarding civilian facilities, in particular civilian infrastructure. In this process, international assistance is crucial. We urge the UN, member states, and international partners to continue joining hands and stepping up humanitarian assistance to those impacted by the conflict in Ukraine. Vietnam supports international efforts and initiatives, including those by the UN and the Secretary General, to bring all parties together. In this vein, results of ongoing initiatives, such as the Black Sea Grain Initiative, should serve as the foundation for finding a comprehensive solution to the conflict. Within our capacity, we re-emphasize our readiness to make contributions to diplomatic efforts and to the reconstruction, recovery, and assistance in Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, the historic Declaration on the Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states of the 24th of October 1970 underscores the fact that the territory of a state shall not be the object of acquisition by another state resulting from the threat or use of force. It also states that no territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal. Furthermore, it states any attempt aimed at partial or total disruption of the national unity and territorial integrity of a state or country or at its political independence is incompatible with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. The United Nations Charter was the instrument which founded this organization. It sets forth the rights and obligations of member states. These include absolute respect for the principles of non-intervention and non-aggression, the respect for the territorial integrity of states. 2. Consequently, independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of a state must be respected. All disputes must be resolved via peaceful means in accordance with international law. These are the binding commitments which govern the international security system. The obligation not to attack and the obligation to resolve disputes via peaceful means through dialogue and diplomatic negotiations. That is a binding commitment. It was a commitment made by all member states that are here present today. We have the commitment to maintain international peace and security, the commitment to take collective measures to prevent and eliminate threats to peace and to eradicate acts of aggression. It is for this reason that Peru is today participating in this 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly, but we're participating with grave concern. We are now marking 1 year of a conflict which has claimed thousands of human lives, produced forced displacements, and undermined international and regional security in many multidimensional ways. The global impact of the war on food security, energy, the economy, and the environment is far-reaching, and its consequences will be long-term ones. Consequently, we need to see the cessation of hostilities. Mr. President, the United Nations is today gathered here to call for commitments made to be upheld. We're here to call for cooperation in the spirit of solidarity and under the principle of good faith. We must see parties to the conflict commit to achieving peace. They must demonstrate their intention to wish to put an end to hostilities. They must show their intention to prioritize human life and ensure that prevails over political interests. They must prioritize the right to live in peace, in harmony. They must prioritize the right of children and current and future generations to live today and tomorrow in comprehensive, just and lasting peace. Peru, in line with its state policy, defends the sovereignty of states, as well as their territorial integrity, their borders created since their formation as independent states. We defend the respect for international law and the United Nations Charter. We defend the right of peoples to live in peace and security, and in light of these beliefs, we firmly believe in the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue. That is the only alternative if we are to see a just and last resolution to this conflict. The crisis caused by the conflict confirms the structural problems besetting the international order. The absence of an immediate and effective solution to maintain international peace and security mean that it is necessary to strengthen the United Nations Charter, means that it is necessary to revitalize and optimize the management of its organs. The veto cannot be used selectively, particularly in cases which undermine the sovereignty and integrity of states, and particularly in cases where human rights are violated along with humanitarian rights and the peace and security of nations. Mr. President, Peru unites in unequivocal terms behind the appeal for a lasting and just peace in Ukraine, in line with the principles of the Charter and within the framework of human rights and IHL, because it is only with peace and security that there can be development, because it's only with peace and security in place that we can contemplate the future. We are in the midst of a comprehensive evaluation of our achievements relative to the goals we've set ourselves for the development. That process has been heavily disrupted by the impact of COVID-19. That exercise has been severely disrupted by the effects of this war. We're seeing collateral damage from this war and structural consequences that can be remedied. What can't be remedied are the victims and the impact of the war on the lives of people that have been and are being affected. It is only peace that will allow us to once again draw a new path forward, a new tomorrow and a new future. We urge parties to build that path. We urge dialogue for a lasting peace. For all of the above reasons, Peru co-sponsored the draft resolution's principles of the United Nations Charter underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Peru. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tonga.
Mr. President, we gather to mark already 1 year past since the unlawful invasion of Ukraine by its neighbor, the Russian Federation. Tonga again joins others in support of a peaceful resolution. A year is a long time, a year full of pain and unnecessary sufferings. We must remember, though, that there always is time to return to diplomacy, to seek peaceful means. Peaceful means as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, more than ever, we must reaffirm our commitment to a spirit of togetherness, unity, and solidarity. 77 years ago, having lived the horrors and destructions of war, our predecessors gathered to establish this august body. It was all about hope, the hope for a humanity capable of creating, sharing, and safeguarding lasting peace for all through international peace and security. This is why we support the draft resolution before us entitled UN Charter Principles Underlying a Comprehensive, Just, and Lasting Peace in Ukraine. We support the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. We support that violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a UN member state are inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. We support the obligation of all states under Article 2 of the UN Charter to, quote, refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations, end quote. And we support to settle international disputes by peaceful means. We call on cessation of the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine and the restoration of lasting peace in Ukraine. Mr. President, on that note, allow me to reiterate what had been alluded to by our delegation in the same session last year, and in alignment with the Pacific Islands Forum statement to call upon the good conscience of all parties to pursue every possible means available to return to the path of diplomacy. It is never too late to return to diplomacy, to seek peaceful means. We would all agree with the Secretary General that the United Nations is being tested like never before. It was made for moments like this. We now must prove that the purposes and principles enshrined in the UN Charter remain relevant and should therefore be upheld. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tonga. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is said that you don't make peace with friends. You make it with unsavory enemies if it has to be. My dear friends, peace talks are always a complex mix of strategic calculation and human emotion. It has been the experience of those working on peace-building programs and researching peace and conflict that it is important to pay attention to both factors to understand why talks may or may not succeed. Between 1946 and 2005, only 39 of 288 conflicts, or 13.5%, ended in peace agreements, according to research initiatives. The others ended in victory for one side, or an end to fighting without a peace agreement, or a victory, straightforward. My dear friends, there is also evidence that even failed peace agreements reduce the intensity of future conflict. But even when warring parties fail to reach a peace agreement, talks reduce civilian casualties through temporary ceasefires or the establishment of humanitarian corridors to deliver supplies or evacuate civilians. Distinguished delegates, peace talks can create a foundation for an eventual agreement to end conflict. They can also reduce harm to communities. We must therefore strenuously exploit the crisis, explore the mechanisms of peace negotiations to its utmost with optimism if we are to succeed in this instance. The easy path of enforcing majoritarian decisions does not, respectfully I say, address the equities in the dispute resolution mechanism when it comes to peace talks. Mr. President, Sri Lanka therefore remains deeply concerned about the situation in Ukraine. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and work towards the cessation of hostilities in order to bring about peace, security, and stability in the region. Sri Lanka emphasizes the need for concerted efforts to resolve the situation through diplomacy and dialogue in the pursuit of peace. As someone said, the spiral of death and devastation, which is growing on a daily basis, does nothing but destroy even the little trust and hope there is between the parties to the conflict that peace was achievable. My dear friends, we must appreciate that globally it has impacted on the recovery of economies post-COVID and on people's livelihoods, and all countries, inclusive of my own Sri Lanka, is affected by increased food prices, energy prices, high inflation, and a debt servicing crisis, and increased levels of migration. Mr. President, it is important that both sides must realize that they are being prejudiced by the status quo, but also know that they cannot have any tangible military advantage. Mr. President, the only logical way then forward is negotiations. And it is in negotiations that we must place our trust in. We believe that negotiations, often supported by neutral mediators, must work to arrive at some version of a solution whereby both parties feel that they have won something. They must endeavor to craft an agreement that creates an environment of mutual gain, whether it be political or material. My dear friends, we need to be sensitive to the reality that negotiators must not only reach an agreement, but also sell that agreement to a community that is bitter, a community that is traumatized, and a community that is surely grieving. We must always be aware that there are strong reasons to include also women, community organizers, and different ethnic leaders in peace talks. Their inclusion means that public acceptance of any peace deal grows as negotiations proceed. It is known that women and youth and community leaders bring a different dimension, which is far more conciliatory as they are more sensitive to the needs of our future generations. My dear friends, talking with the generals who are in the battlefield and the political leaders alone may not yield the best results. But what we see historically is the common model, of course. And this might well be the case in the case of Ukraine and Russia, that it would still be up to a few elite men to negotiate an agreement, and that might not really work as best as it ought to. Mr. President, 2 billion people live in countries affected by conflict and humanitarian crises. I do not need to stress the importance of peace, for without peace, no progress is possible. I am reminded of an observation of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, when he said that there is a global famine for peace. A global famine for peace. That is the pitiful state that we have successfully brought the world to be in the prosecution of our greed for global power. What does it, I think it was Sir Thomas More, who said, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Mr. President, we have convened once again, about a year since the conflict in Ukraine broke out into aggression, creating manifest, woeful consequences, both in Ukraine and around the world. During this time, this assembly has met 5 times before and adopted by vote a number of resolutions. After 1 year, we have not reached a solution, nor do we see one in sight, most respectfully. Instead, the negative consequences of war and conflict continue to reverberate around the world. My dear friends, if we are to find the much-needed respite for all concerned, we must not give up on diplomacy and our hope for a future based on peace and prosperity. We therefore appeal to the principal parties and the universal community to turn to, without any further delay, to other mechanisms that include genuine dialogue and a sincere search for peace. The talks will likely be long and arduous and require smaller, confidence-building steps, but it can surely be brought to an end if we genuinely address the fundamentals that triggered the dispute. Finally, my dear friends, the resolution that we are looking at, entitled Principles Underlying a Comprehensive, Just, and Lasting Peace in Ukraine, is before this Assembly for consideration. It is imperative, I say, that such initiatives address not just the effects or the outcome that is evident, but the root causes that led to the conflict. If such root causes are left unaddressed, any peace, leave alone a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, in Ukraine would be elusive. It is Sri Lanka's hope that the decision we would contribute towards this endeavor and would not be used as another step towards recriminations and posturing that would aggravate an already inflamed situation. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro.
Mr. President, it has been 1 year since Russia's full-scale attack on Ukraine, which has caused death and destruction on a scale not since the Second World War. A year of indescribable suffering and bloodshed for the Ukrainian people. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians have died, including women and children, and millions of civilians are refugees or are internally displaced. Countless war crimes have been committed by Russian troops, as we have heard also this morning. We once again reiterate our strong condemnation of the brutal aggression, including deliberate sheltering of civilians, journalists, media actors and medical personnel, civilian infrastructure, medical facilities, schools, educational institutions, and cultural heritage sites in Ukraine. There can be no impunity for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocity crimes. We welcome and support the ongoing work to investigate any allegations or evidence of violation of the international humanitarian law in terms of crimes committed in Ukraine. Mr. President, the fact that a permanent member of the Security Council and a nuclear state exercised the brutal force, breaching the territorial integrity and sovereignty of its neighboring country, should make everyone's blood run cold. Russian invasion has put the rules-based order that we rely on for peaceful coexistence under attack. International peace and security, the ground principles that gathered our predecessors to build the world back from the ashes and establish the United Nations, are most severely endangered, arguably to the extent never seen in the post-Second World War period. The terror and crimes in Ukraine bring us to the dark era of brute force in international relations, factoring in solely the hard power as a way of promoting self-centered national interests. Such aggressive behavior challenges the international order as we know it today, standing as a pivotal piece of the mosaic that guarantees equal rights of each country with the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms at all. The ramifications, as many of the speakers before me said, of the Russian aggression in Ukraine are translated into growing energy, food, and financial crises across the globe, which severely impacts the most vulnerable groups in least developed countries of the world. Therefore, we firmly believe that the multilateralism has to be further bolstered, and a global action to address these outstanding challenges needs to be swiftly and carefully crafted and carried out. Mr. President, Montenegro stands with Ukraine and its people against Russia's aggressive acts for as long as it takes, and it reaffirms its unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. We will not accept Russia's illegal invasion of a neighboring state. In support of Ukraine and in defense of the UN Charter, our values, democracy, and the rules-based order, we must act decisively. For the reasons outlined, Montenegro co-sponsored, and we vote in favor of the resolution as it stands, and call others to do the same. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Montenegro. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are meeting today, once again, a year after the beginning of the war in Ukraine. This war has caused many victims and generated such great suffering for millions of citizens. What's more, the world is facing shocks and crises due to the continuation of the war, which has exacerbated the difficulties being faced by the majority of countries around the world, and in particular developing countries. We appreciate the efforts made by the UN and international efforts to bring an end to this war and to contain its effects. Nevertheless, we regret the shutdown of any communication between the parties to the conflict, and we regret the continuation and intensification of military operations, which could have catastrophic consequences for the region and the world. As we have already said, military solutions can never resolve problems. There is no alternative to dialogue, to negotiations, and to peaceful means to resolve disputes and to reach consensus-based solutions based on the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter, which would allow us to bring an end to the escalation, to restore peace and security, and to prevent any further deterioration which would create further suffering and misery. In the light of the aforementioned, and on the basis of our commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes, and also on the basis of our commitment to the principles of international law, today we reiterate our call upon the parties to the conflict and to the international community to intensify efforts to ensure a cessation of hostilities and to prioritize peaceful solutions, dialogue and negotiation. Collective responsibility requires that we all place peace and security and the protection of lives at the top of our list of priorities, above any other consideration. Efforts must also be considered, and all available means must be used in accordance with international law to end the war, curb its effects, and create conditions conducive to a lasting solution. We cannot achieve recovery, resilience, and sustainability, nor sustainable development, nor the changes needed to bring about a more secure, more just world, as long as wars and conflicts continue in several parts of the world. This runs counter to the objectives for which the United Nations Charter was drafted, and also runs counter to the rules of multilateral action and the principles of international cooperation and solidarity. What's more, we underscore here the importance of seeing the international community address any issue relating to human suffering that has been continuing for decades, including in the Middle East. The international community must take an equal position on these issues, upholding inalienable rights and the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. I thank the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, my delegation associates itself with the statement made by the permanent representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of the group of like-minded countries. We would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. It has become clear that Western countries are insisting on encouraging political polarization within the United Nations. They are deepening division among its member states by calling repeatedly for holding such meetings that aim solely at fueling the West's hostile agenda against the Russian Federation. Proceeding from its constant keenness to settle regional and international disputes through diplomacy and dialogue, and to support efforts to maintain security and stability in any hotspot in the world, the Syrian Arab Republic had hoped that the General Assembly would play a positive role to reach that end, that the General Assembly would spare no effort to ensure the peaceful settlement of this dispute and avoid any initiative that might aggravate the situation and prevent its peaceful resolution. Mr. President, the recent statements of some of the leaders of the Normandy Contact Group on their actual intentions, or the actual intentions behind the Minsk agreements, namely to give Kyiv enough time to enhance its military capabilities, are inconsistent with the objective of these agreements, that is, to reach a peaceful settlement of the conflict in the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. This hostile approach is confirmed by the relentless flow of all types of arsenals and weapons into Ukraine, whether missile systems, air defense systems, tanks of all sorts, and other war machines, to fuel and prolong this conflict. They want to impose a strategic defeat on the Russian Federation. Paradoxically, those same countries threaten and intimidate other countries to prevent them from standing by the Russian Federation in its legitimate defense of its security and its direct borders. Such irresponsible policies have undoubtedly proven that these countries seek a bloody clash within the European continent with catastrophic repercussions that may be difficult to contain. Mr. President, Western countries' criticism of the Russian Federation and their hostile campaigns against it denote political hypocrisy and reflect their policy of double standards. These countries pay lip service to the need to respect international law and uphold the principles of the UN Charter, as well as avoid aggression. However, they have time and again violated that same charter. Some of them have launched acts of aggression against other countries, including my own country, under the pretext that it threatens their security. This comes even though Syria is located thousands of miles away. Others deliberately turn a blind eye to Israel's violations of the UN Charter when they continuously commit their aggression against the Palestinian people living under the yoke of occupation for more than 7 decades, and against the Syrian people in the occupied Syrian Golan since 1967. Their aggression reached civilian and critical facilities in many parts of Syria, the last of which was 3 days ago. We have not heard any condemnation of this Israeli aggression from those countries, in line with their keenness to uphold the UN Charter as they claim. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it has become crystal clear that some Western countries behind the draft resolution are using the podium of the General Assembly to launch a propaganda campaign against Russia. Unfortunately, it has become a common practice for those countries, targeting the member states that do not follow their political agenda. Today, we are presented once again with another divisive draft resolution on the crisis in Ukraine. This begs the question: will this draft resolution help settle the crisis peacefully? Does it respond to the concerns of all stakeholders and all parties? Does it reflect the contribution of the General Assembly in this file? Obviously, this is not the case. This draft resolution follows a series of unbalanced, biased, and provocative resolutions aimed at tarnishing the image of the Russian Federation. The co-sponsors of the draft resolution did not call for consultations. They did not respond to the important concerns expressed by some. Instead, they insist on pushing the General Assembly to adopt a biased resolution that would in no way contribute in sustainable peace in Ukraine. In view of the above, my country rejects all attempts to use and manipulate the organs of the United Nations. Thus, my delegation reiterates its rejection of the current version of the draft resolution under consideration. We call upon member states to be aware of the dangers of such biased texts. My delegation supports the proposed amendments by Belarus, which calls for addressing the root causes of the dispute in Ukraine, rejecting efforts to isolate, antagonize, and the policies based on double standards. Unless those amendments are introduced, my delegation will vote against the draft resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Representative of Argentina.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, once again we find ourselves gathered here in the General Assembly to discuss the grave situation in Ukraine and to defend the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Those principles are the basis of peaceful coexistence, the peaceful coexistence that we committed to achieve in 1945. That includes respect for international law, the sovereignty of states and their territorial integrity, as well as the peaceful resolution of disputes and the absolute applicability of human rights. In light of the above, the Argentine Republic reiterates its staunch condemnation of the aggression against Ukraine and urges the Russian Federation to immediately cease the illegitimate use of force and its military operations on Ukrainian territory. Diplomacy and dialogue continue to be the only channel to follow to avoid more suffering. We support the efforts of the Secretary General and of other actors, who continue to work to facilitate a constructive compromise between parties. And an example of these efforts is the Black Sea Initiative. These agreements have been a beacon of hope for those of us that believe in dialogue and diplomacy as means to find a solution to the conflict. 1 year of conflict has already elapsed since the beginning of the war. In spite of the continued appeals for international humanitarian law to be respected, we continue to witness attacks against the civilian population and civilian infrastructure. In this context, humanitarian aid is crucial for survival, particularly the survival of the most vulnerable. We reiterate our appeal to allow unfettered access to all areas where civilians are living, including occupied areas. The international community has established clear principles regarding weapons of mass destruction, in particular regarding the use of nuclear weapons. Whilst we defend the peaceful use of nuclear energy and non-proliferation, we must forge ahead towards the total destruction of weapons which threaten to destroy the planet. Mr. President, war is not a blank check for combatants. War has limits, and these limits must be respected. It is absolutely imperative to comply with international humanitarian law when hostilities are being conducted. The respect for international law is not optional. The world wishes to see peace in Ukraine, a peace which is lasting and in accordance with the United Nations Charter and international law. It is for this reason that Argentina co-sponsored this draft resolution on the understanding that this General Assembly must emphasize the need to reach, as soon as possible, peace and encourage the whole international community to redouble its support for diplomatic efforts designed to achieve that goal. This war is a tragedy for Ukraine and its people. Its ramifications have grave, very grave consequences for the whole world. Argentina will continue to promote dialogue and a peaceful settlement which puts an end to the conflict. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Palau.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues, we align ourselves with the statement made by Fiji as chair of the Pacific Island Forum, and we make the following statement in our national capacity. A year is a milestone we often associate with celebrations: a baby's first birthday, a complete cycle of seasons, the Earth's full rotation around the sun. It's unfortunate that today we are commemorating the year anniversary of Russia's illegal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, a year in which hundreds of thousands have died, whole cities have been razed, civilian homes and infrastructure turned to rubble. 6 million people in Ukraine have been internally displaced, and 8 million people have fled into other parts of Europe. That's nearly the population of this very dense city of New York. Many of these are women and children. It's also a war that's inflamed an energy, inflation, and food security crisis in every corner of our world. On this day, we commend the bravery, strength, and valor of Ukrainians who have stood their ground and defended their independence and homeland. Russia may have projected a quick victory given its size and power, but instead, in the pulverized ruins of Donbass and in bomb shelters across Ukraine, Ukrainians have forged themselves anew into a unified, more resilient democracy. It's a demonstration that there are few forces more powerful than one spirit in defense of home. We also mourn the sons and daughters and mothers and fathers from Russia who've been sent to fight in this senseless war, men and women with potential who've been sent to die in defense of a false ideology. Sanctions and an exodus of its best educated citizens and private multinational corporations and institutions have sapped Russia's long-term economic prospects. Yet our colleague from Russia stood here earlier and recycled false statements that have been refuted by independent institutions with an aim to deflect and gaslight us. But to Palau, there's simply no justification to an unprovoked invasion on sovereign territory. When we became a UN member state and promised to uphold the UN Charter, it was not in vain. We reiterate our solidarity to Ukraine and call on Russia to end their aggression in Ukraine's territorial borders. Colleagues, many of us are fatigued by this war. In the midst of the triple planetary crisis and our work on reaching the SDGs, we've had to dedicate many hours of scarce diplomatic resources to this issue. But we must not falter in our defense of the UN Charter. So when you're tired, think of Andriy, a fighter pilot who finally took a break after almost 19 hours of defense measures, too exhausted to fly anymore, his commanding officer spooning stew into his mouth to revive him. Think of Vitaly, who ignored warnings that his name was on a list of people whom Russia's forces had been instructed to kill, and set about turning his anti-corruption organization into a network to support the armed forces. Think of the Ukrainian children who live in terror of being shot or shelled or abducted into Russia. Think of 64-year-old Natalia, who shivers without heat in the bone-chilling Ukrainian winter. Think of them, but also be reminded that the way this war plays out will set a precedent for our world order going forward. Might it be on your own home countries where a larger aggressor takes his chances, buoyed by the inaction of the world to defend internationally recognized territorial borders. As Russia's offensive campaign and illegitimate claim to sovereignty over several areas of Ukraine show no signs of abating, it's critical that we, UN member states, sustain these institutional measures and deepen our commitment, not only to securing a just resolution of the conflict in which Ukraine's territorial integrity is maintained, but also one in which victims of the many grave violations that have been committed are able to obtain justice and redress. If Ukraine thrives, so does a rules-based international order, and the lesson will reverberate around the world. It will be the prologue to a more stable peace. Palau will be voting in favor of the draft resolution as it stands. We call on all member states to join us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Palau. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, after 1 year of eruption of armed hostilities, the situation in and around Ukraine remains to be a matter of profound concern, as it continues to pose a serious threat to peace and security at the regional and global levels. Of particular concern is the ever increased humanitarian impact, as civilians, mainly women, children, and elderly, continue to bear the major burden of prolonged armed hostilities. In this connection, Azerbaijan takes consistent steps in its national capacity to help the people of Ukraine alleviate the dire humanitarian consequences and continuously provides humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Azerbaijan stands for the earliest settlement exclusively through peaceful diplomatic means in full compliance with the norms and principles of international law guiding interstate relations, including the respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, and encourages the dialogue between the parties to that end. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is truly inconceivable that we are here today in this hall to discuss an unprovoked, unjustified war that started a year ago. A war launched by Russia against Ukraine in stark violation of the UN Charter, international law, and all the principles and values that unite us. A war that shook to the core of the foundation of this very organization. For Greece, there are no gray areas in this war. The situation is as simple as black and white. There is a side that attacks and a side that defends. Greece has stood on the right side of this war since the first day of the Russian invasion, in full solidarity and support of the one who was called to fight for the sovereignty, independence, and freedom of the country. In the face of such aggression, we commend the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people, a people who is fighting against a threat that must be confronted by the international community as a whole. From the very beginning, there was an assumption that the European Union would fail to remain united in the face of this crisis. But the exact opposite happened. The EU and its member states represent a region where human rights and respect of international law are invited to thrive. These core principles stand at the heart of Greece's foreign policy. If we fail to defend them, we will be shooting ourselves in the foot. In this spirit, along with our EU partners and NATO allies, we fully support the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. As such, we condemn and do not recognize the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation, nor do we recognize the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. Immediately following Russia's invasion, my country was among the first to respond to Ukraine's request for military assistance. Greece also fully implements extensive EU restrictive measures against Russia, regardless of the serious repercussion for its economy. Greece continues to provide humanitarian assistance, medicine, and other supplies, both in Ukraine as well as to Ukrainian refugees hosted in neighboring countries. My country is committed to being present in the reconstruction efforts and assist Ukraine on its European path. The war took a heavy toll also on the Greek populations that have been present in the Black Sea region for millennials. A once thriving Greek community lived mostly in areas now under Russian occupation, particularly in the city of Mariupol, which the Greek Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dendias, visited only a month before the launching of the Russian invasion. To our knowledge, this vibrant city, which is a busy commercial port, today is a ghost town. An important Greek community is still living in Ukraine today, and it's greatly suffering. The recurrent Russian attacks against Ukraine's critical infrastructure, energy, heating and water supply system, houses and medical facilities are unacceptable. Under no circumstances can civilians be the legitimate targets. The violations of international humanitarian law and war crimes must be investigated, and the perpetrators must be held accountable. If not stopped, Russian military aggression against Ukraine may find imitators willing to pursue anachronistic revisionist agendas. Allow me to repeat, we stand in full solidarity with our partner Ukraine, and we will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you so much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece. Now I give the floor to the distinguished observer of the observer state of the Holy See.
Mr. President, as this emergency special session observes the one-year anniversary of the escalation of the war in Ukraine, let us never forget that peace is possible. In this regard, all parties must remain open to dialogue, lest they risk closing off the only reasonable door to peace. Subscribing to the illusion that this war as a military solution through attrition will lead to no peace other than the dreadful peace of death. With this in mind, Pope Francis has made the following heartfelt appeal. May weapons be silenced, and may conditions be sought for the start of negotiations that will lead to solutions that are not imposed by force, but consensual, just, and stable. The inhumanity of modern warfare is on display in Ukraine for all to see, as each life lost leaves behind a grieving family with parents forced to bury their sons and daughters, and children left orphaned, a status that has no nationality. Particularly reprehensible is the reliance on tactics that treat soldiers as expendable objects rather than human beings with inviolable dignity. Throughout the war, Pope Francis has reaffirmed his closeness to the innocent in Ukraine who suffered the martyrdom of aggression. In this regard, the Holy See duly recalls the obligation of all states, according to international humanitarian law, to refrain from evacuating children to foreign territory without a compelling medical reason and the written consent of those responsible for their care, or from changing their personal status. In addition, the Holy See insists on the importance of family reunification, including of children with their extended family, and calls on all states to ensure the best interests of the child at all times. Children must never become the pawns of war or used for political propaganda. In light of attacks against critical infrastructure, the Holy See reiterates that any act of war aimed indiscriminately at the destruction of entire cities of extensive areas along with their population is a crime against God and man himself. It merits unequivocal and unhesitating condemnation. In the face of civilian suffering, my delegation renews its gratitude to those governments, organizations, and individuals that have embodied the ethic of solidarity in providing shelter, food, and medical care to those displaced within Ukraine and in neighboring countries. For its part, the Holy See has provided aid to those in need in Ukraine through the Dicastery for the Service of Charity, while the wider Catholic Church, through religious orders, lay communities, and faith-based organizations on the ground, has delivered assistance to millions of those in need, including refugees of war. Mr. President, the repercussions of the present war extend far beyond Ukraine, having spurred energy, food, and financial crises that particularly affect those in the poorest countries. In this regard, the Holy See welcomes the implementation of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and commends the continued work of the Secretary General and Türkiye in ensuring the success and full implementation of the accord, which demonstrates the viability of dialogue to lessen the suffering caused by war. Absurdly, the present war portends the risk of nuclear disasters, either through deliberate escalation or accident caused by inadvertent damage to nuclear facilities. With regard to the former, the Holy See cannot help but condemn any rhetoric threatening the use of nuclear weapons as morally repugnant, given that their indiscriminate effects violate the laws of war and would have devastating consequences for all humanity. In this regard, the Holy See supports the efforts of the International Atomic Energy Agency to create a protection zone for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Mr. President, the present conflict makes plain the significant dysfunction present in this organization's security architecture and that of the entire multilateral system. Addressing such a dysfunction demands comprehensive reform that opposes the principle of sovereign equality of all states. Institutional reforms alone, however, cannot save us from the scourge of war, which originates from within the human heart, corrupted by sin. It is time to refrain from any rhetoric or action seeking to escalate this conflict and engage in concrete dialogue and diplomacy in a sincere attempt to put an end to this heinous war. No effort must be spared to end the suffering of the Ukrainian people and all those somehow affected by this atrocious conflict. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Holy See, and now I give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, war undoubtedly has the effect of breaking down the structures of society, the very structures that are there to protect us. And in so doing, war imposes on human beings, in the words of philosopher Thomas Hobbes, a human condition which is solitary, cruel, nasty, brutish, and short. Conditions that are equally shared by both the victim and the aggressor. Over the past 12 months, the escalation of hostilities in Ukraine, the internal and external displacement of over 8 million people, with millions more living in daily fear through their lives, the humanitarian and national and international aid community has been a key lifeline and a link between a deteriorating human condition and the possibility of hope. And that hope is enshrined in the words of Secretary General Antonio Guterres when he said, "We want a world to be defined by the values enshrined in the United Nations Charter: peace, justice, respect, human rights, tolerance, and solidarity. And this remains our strongest tool in achieving harmony, not only between human beings, between Ukrainians and Russians, but also between us and our planet. Extending here, I'd like to quote Pope John the 23rd in his seminal encyclical Pacem in Terris, when he says this: "Since we are social by nature, we must live together and consult each other's interests. We should recognize and perform our respective rights and duties, which are imperative to a well-ordered society." The past 12 months have seen almost a total breakdown in this social contract in a part of the world formerly marked by promise and industry, the breadbasket of the world. Not only have we witnessed the devastating destruction of Ukraine, but we have seen also a breakdown in the wider context of international civil discourse. The crucial question is, can we put it right? Well, we all have a role to play in contributing to a better world tomorrow. It's a challenge for each of us right now. Sadly, it seems this war has no sign of slowing down. Therefore, we must all maintain our humanitarian support for the people of Ukraine. Is it not time for more of us to turn our swords into plowshares? Like many armies of aid agencies, the Sovereign Order of Malta and representatives of other religious, Catholic, and faith-based organizations maintain a presence at the Ukrainian border, as does our work within the country, providing 24-hour assistance to refugees, families, displaced persons, individuals trapped by conflict, through medico-social projects, psychological support, the provision of health, hygiene products, food, housing, and we've recently announced an increase in psychosocial support and aid programs across our teams. This year of conflict has led to social, financial, and political environmental effects that have reverberated across the planet. Back in 2015, when the Sustainable Development Goals were introduced, it was a moment in time representing a more conscious attitude towards global development and diplomacy, one that encouraged transparency and accountability, not only how we work for our future, but more importantly, why it is essential to work for our future. And with continuing crises requiring attention of the international community, the devastating effects of this war sadly represent a marginal level of problems we continue to face as a collective humanity. The recent tragedies in Pakistan, in Turkey, in Syria remind us that natural disasters and their consequences remain out of our immediate control, while inhibiting our success in achieving the 2030 agenda. And whilst Russia's aggression in Ukraine has created the world's largest displacement crisis, countries in the Horn of Africa continue to face droughts that have led to a catastrophic rise in hunger. Moreover, we have witnessed entire generations across the world being pushed into extreme poverty, as well as horrifically high death tolls from the 26 other conflicts that are being perpetuated on our landscape. Climate change continues to wound countries that are without the infrastructure to deal with it sufficiently. And the Sustainable Development Goals continue to extend further out of reach to those who most need them. Next month sees the UN Water Conference here in New York, and while access to clean water is an issue faced more often than not by developing countries. Due to the war in Ukraine, more than 6 million Ukrainians have either limited or no access to clean water. We must all recognize that the setbacks that nature continues to throw in our path are already enough to keep us from reaching the targets of the SDGs. Simply put, we cannot afford any type of war if we want to meet the climate battle for ourselves and make it for our future generations. Distinguished colleagues, if we fail to find a workable solution to the war in Ukraine, and if our plowshares of aid and humanitarian assistance continue to run out or be compromised, then a Hobbesian image will become ever more real, and peace and security will give way to something that is cruel, brutish, and short. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the debate and this item for this evening. We shall hear the remaining speakers tomorrow, 23rd of February, starting at 10 o'clock sharp in this hall. This meeting is adjourned.
not yet, but we will inform that in due course. Yeah, so okay, we'll stay in touch if there is anything.
No, pero eso me acompaña hasta ahí, porque muchas veces para otro lado, ¿no? Bueno, yo por lo menos. No, por lo menos que nos saque de ello.
Parce qu'il parlait des enfants, de l'unification familiale des enfants. Nouveau point. Là, c'était déjà
come and gone, but it's really hard to tell. The sky is covered with clouds, I'm not sure when nighttime fell. I've been playing this old guitar, the only friend I've found. I'm all alone in Detroit, it's lonely in this town. I've been playing this old guitar, the only friend I found. I'm all alone here in Detroit. Man, it's lonely in this town.
Radio Swiss Jazz. Music. Pure. Swiss made by SRG SSR.
nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebird singing a song, nothing but bluebird all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right, noticing the day hurrying by. When you're in love, my all they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebird singing a song, nothing but bluebird all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right, noticing the day hurrying by. When you're in love, my all they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on.
pack up all my cannonball. Here I go, singing low. The bye-bye blackbird, where somebody waits for me. The sugar is sweet and so is she. The bye-bye blackbird. No one here can love or understand me. Oh, what hard luck stories stay on and me. Make my bed and light the light, so I'll be home late tonight. A blackbird, bye-bye. Here I go, singing the bye-bye blackbirds. Somebody waits for me. The sugar is sweet, and so is she. Bye-bye blackbirds. No one here can love or understand me. Oh, what hard luck stories they all hand me. Make my bed and light the lights, so I'll be home late tonight. A blackbird, bye-bye. Blackbird, blackbird, bye-bye, 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 blackbird, blackbird, bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
Radio Swiss Jazz, music pure.
A cigarette that bears the lipstick's traces, an airline ticket to romantic places, and still my heart has wings. These foolish things remind me of you. A tinkling piano in the next apartment, those stumbling words that told you what my heart meant. A fairground's painted wings. These foolish things remind me of you. You came, you saw, you conquered me. When you did that to me, I knew somehow these had to be the winds of March that make my heart a dancer. A telephone that rings, but who's to answer? Oh, how the ghost of you clings. These foolish things remind me of you. You came, you saw, you conquered me. When you did that to me, I knew somehow these had to be the winds of March that make my heart a dancer. A telephone that rings, but who's to answer? Oh, how the ghost of you clings. These foolish things remind me of you.
Radio Swiss Jazz, Swiss made by SRG SSR.
sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things and what you're doing, and in my head I paint a picture. Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your tender hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Oh, stop making a fool out of me. So why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch a tan. Hope you found the right man who fixed it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair, and are you busy? Did you have to pay that fine? For you were dodging all the time. Are you still dizzy? Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your tender hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. So why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, 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 Valerie. Come on over, Valerie.
Swiss Jazz. Ein Musikprogramm der SRG SSR.
But today I'm singing the blues. It strikes me kind of funny, how love can be this way. We were lovers last night, honey, but I'm alone again today. And it strikes me kind of funny,
the way you wear your heart, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that. No, no, they can't take that away from me. The way you smile just beams, the way you sing of keys, the way you haunt my dreams. No, no, they can't take that away from me. We may never, ever meet again on a bumpy road to love. Still I always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. Change my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me.
Radio Swiss Jazz. Music Pure.
It's because tells you something, a natural fact. When a man don't understand my valuable right, and that's all. I just tell you that's all. I better have religion now. I'll just tell you that's all. When you see people jump from church to church, you know that the confession don't amount to much, and that's all. I just tell you that's all. They better have religion now. I'll just tell you that's all. Now people fighting one another, they think they're doing well, and all what they want is your money, and you can do your work well, and that's all. I just tell you that's all. You better have religion now. I'll just tell you that's all. Now he's the kind of preacher, he's high in speech. He has to go to the college just to learn how to preach, and that's all. I just tell you that's all. He better have religion now. I'll just tell you that's all. All right. Well, he can go to the college, he can go to the school, but if he hasn't got religion, he's just an educated fool, and that's all. I just tell you that's all. He better have religion now. I'll just tell you that's all. Yeah, that's all. I mean, you can be an educated fool in any way, you know. That's all. If it's not connected with your heart, the knowledge, you can forget about it. If it's not connected inside, everything gotta be connected. You know, from here, 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 and here. A little bit here too. Oh, that's all. I mean, you know, you only gotta know one word. When you say prayer, that's all. I mean, you only gotta know one word.
Radio Swiss Jazz. Music Pure.
a time, it wasn't too long ago. People only had one single life. Today, in the age of high-speed internet, it seems that some of them live twice, spending hours and hours online, adding as many friends as they can. Tell me the use of 100 friends on a pointless website when the internet connection's down. Yeah, but every day it rolled away. Tell me the use of 400 friends on a pointless website when the internet connection's down. I must admit, it caught me too. I had no choice but to sign up too. Now I'm hopelessly lost in this misery. So won't you save me, please? The life you're living today, don't worry, a new one is just one click away. Everything is possible and oh so easy to have. New friends, new love, new job, a new identity. You just have to switch on your computer to enter your own second life. But what's the worth of all that when a hacker starts to hack? When he turns your avatar into a stupid twat, would you say that it was worth your time?
Swiss jazz. Music pure.
love you, I love you, baby, I love you.
Radio Swiss Jazz, ein Musikprogramm der SRG SSR.
I ask myself, where do we go? I ask myself, where do we go?
Radio Swiss Jazz. Music pure.
Channel 1. 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 Channel 1.